Hey, this is Big Papa Pump Scott Steyer, and you're watching WTF Podcast, hosted by Devon and his other co-host, Austin, who are self-admittedly a couple of fat asses. And everybody knows I hate fat asses. So let's put the Twinkies down, stop eating the potato chips, stop putting extra mayonnaise and mustard on your Whopper, and stop being a couple of fat asses. Also, Devon says Austin is an AEW mark. But it doesn't matter because you guys are still fat neckbeard asses. Fat asses. And everybody knows I hate fat asses.
Alrighty, welcome back to the What the Fuck podcast, episode 53. Is that correct?
I think so.
Okay.
I think.
My brain.
Happy Halloween, everyone.
Yeah, happy Halloween.
This is our Halloween special episode, and for the Halloween special episode, we decided let's bring on another guest. And ladies and gentlemen, once again on the podcast, it's the homie Tony. What's up, Tony?
What's up, guys? Thank you for having me. It's always nice being on here whenever I get the chance to be. And it's a special edition because it's Halloween, one of my favorite times of the year. And yeah, I'm glad to be back.
We're glad to have you on. Should we start talking about first? I don't know. I guess Halloween Kills or not? Fuck, I'm stupid. Halloween Ends. Every time I fuck.
About a year late on that one.
I wish it was Halloween Kills, man. Fuck.
I got an interesting take on Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends, but we'll get there. Let's begin to it now.
Well, I guess we could start with that because that's going to be our biggest topic of the show, probably the longest topic of the show, because as everybody watching this podcast knows, Halloween Ends officially came out last week, I believe it was, or it might have been 2 weeks. It was either last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, and
yeah,
the film came out. The conclusion of the Blumhouse trilogy is out. It's all wrapped up, at least for right now. And so this has been a extremely divisive film since it came out. And the three of us are going to share our different opinions and thoughts on the film. I will say that me and Tony watched it on Peacock, and Austin had the theater experience. So, I guess, where do you guys want to start?
Do we want to kind of go over the film, or do we want to say our opinion, do we want to go around in a circle and say who liked it and who didn't like it, or?
I guess we could briefly go over the film first. So pretty much this movie takes place, I believe, 4 years after Kills, and the movie is, well, I was gonna say about, but it's very divisive what it's actually about. So it's kind of about how Laurie and Allison are trying to move on, but then they also introduce this brand new character named Corey in the beginning, and he fucking, well, I was gonna say he killed the kid, but he didn't actually kill him, but the kid dies in a fucking brutal way by fucking splatting like a fucking, if you slam like a watermelon on the ground, that's what his death looked like.
Yeah.
I was very surprised.
Yeah, same here. Motherfucker said, "Let me out of here." He fucking kicked the door open, and fucking the kid went flying over that fucking, like he got fucking eliminated from the Rumble. But it was also funny how right as soon as he hit the ground, like almost like right when he splat, like the parents walked in. I was like, that was perfect timing.
Right.
But so that kid dies, and then basically Corey gets arrested for it, but then he ends up getting out of it for some reason. I don't remember what the reasoning was, but that pretty much like ruins his life because after that, like everybody in the town calls him a child killer, and fucking some people were calling him a pedophile and all kinds of shit like that. And basically, the movie was about. It wasn't really about Michael Myers that much. It was more so about the message of like paranoia and like what Michael did to the town, has done to the town, and how like the town is starting to turn on each other and like turn other people into monsters. And Michael just kind of takes like a backseat to the film. He is in it, but not. I guess not as
Very little.
prominently as everybody thought he was going to be. What'd you say?
I said very little.
Oh yeah. Um, so basically, like the town, like has completely turned on Corey, and everybody treats him like shit. So most of the film is like him having more and more of like a mental breakdown until he runs into Michael in a very weird scene in the sewer. For some reason, Michael drags him into the sewer and then like grabs him and like looks into his eyes, and then I guess he like transfers his evil to Corey or some shit. Because after that, Corey starts killing people, and then like on Lori and Allison's side of things, they're trying to get past everything, but they get treated like shit too because which I don't see how that makes sense because they're survivors, but everybody in the town's like, oh, the whole Michael Myers thing is because of you, and like everybody blames Lori and everything.
Right.
But Allison ends up falling in love with Corey, which creates this whole dynamic of like she wants to be with Corey and she's blinded by love, and Lori is like Lori's pretty much like, well, he's got that look in his eyes, the same one that Michael has, and I know it. And Allison's just like, oh, you're crazy, stop hanging on to the past. And it's like this whole thing is she wants to be with Corey, but she's too blind to see what's really going on with him. But Lori sees what's really going on with him, but she's made out to be crazy. And then Corey's just like, especially later in the film, he gets really like cocky with it because he knows like Allison's like gonna believe him over Lori and shit. But uh, as far as Michael goes, like I say, he just kind of takes a back seat in the whole movie. Like he'll be there for like a couple seconds, and then it just goes right back to the main plot. But once Michael actually does get in it, it's like this weird shit that they do, which I guess that's kind of what my main issue was with the movie. I don't, and maybe you guys have different opinions on this than I do, but when I watched it, like I was asking myself, like first I saw when he looked into Corey's eyes and that whole shit happened. I was kind of like, okay, I've never seen Michael do anything like that before. And then when Michael like stabbed someone and like was acting like he was getting his energy back or whatever, I was like, okay. And then like the one scene where like Michael and Corey were like getting in this fucking wrestling match in the sewer, I was just like what was their plan here with Michael? Like, wow, I was so confused.
So, like, I just want to like quickly say, like, uh, so I thought that the direction they were going with the movie was that I thought they were gonna have Corey somewhat accidentally feeding Michael and make him stronger.
Yeah.
Like I thought when the sheriff was chasing him and Mike was stabbing him, like so he starts shaking or whatever like that, and he's like, I'm like, okay, is he getting powerful? And I thought that was gonna be like the entire movie. Like I thought he was gonna keep on like bringing people who's wronged him to the sewer, and I thought it was gonna like keep going with Michael, like killing stronger and stronger and stronger until he's back to full health. Uh, and it didn't go to that. They didn't go that direction at all. But it seemed like that's where they were going, and I think like in the beginning, I thought that was kind of interesting. Um, there's even a part where this is where it kind of like goes off the rails. But when Corey went to the doctor's house, and you think it's Michael at first, and the lady, his patient that I guess having sex with the nurse, whatever. And you find out it's Corey who's like stabbing the doctor and like choking him with a plastic bag, and you're like, oh, okay, it's just him. But then she turns the corner and Michael's right there. I was like, oh, like that shocked me. I didn't think Michael was gonna be there, and I thought it was for a second, I kind of liked the little like apprentice, uh, master type of thing. Yeah, I just thought the scene was kind of cool. It didn't, you can keep going. It didn't go where I thought it was gonna go, but yeah.
Yeah, like I just felt like what they did, like I felt like the story of the film was good. Like what they were trying to tell was good and it made sense, but I think what they did with Michael was the part that had everybody confused, and I think that's the main reason why a lot of people hate this movie the way they do, is because they I think the main story is good, but then you see all the scenes with Michael and it just kind of leaves you like what the fuck? like what the fuck is going on here? And then they'll have scenes like that where it's like the you know like leader and apprentice thing, and it's like, oh, that's a cool idea, but they don't really go anywhere with it. And or like you said, how it looked like he was feeding Michael, and it's just where they ended up going with it is just kind of disappointing, at least to me. Um, I don't know, the whole film. It seemed like I've seen a few people saying this, but to me, it felt like they really, really wanted to tell this Corey Cunningham story that they came up with. It seemed like they came up with this character, and we're like, yes, this is what we want to. This is the character we want to introduce. We want to give all this backstory to this character. We want to build this character up, and we want the movie to center around this character. And then it just kind of felt like, okay, well, how do we make Halloween fit around this? And it kind of felt like they're like, okay, we kind of know how to fit Laurie and Allison in this as like a love storyline, kind of like a drama type thing, and with like Corey slowly going out of his mind. And then when it felt like when they came to where they're like, okay, how are we gonna make Michael fit into this? It was just kind of like it felt like they were just kind of like, we'll just do whatever and see if it works. And I don't know, it's just like I don't hate this movie. But I at the same time, like, I don't love it. The movie left me very confused and somewhat disappointed. I mean, it's nowhere near the worst movie in this franchise, I can tell you that, at least in my opinion. But it's a very strange film, and there were some things they did in this movie and some directions they took in this movie that just left me kind of like thinking to myself, like, what were they thinking here? Like, I don't understand what their plan was, or like why would they go this direction, or why would they like make this a thing all of a sudden where Michael can transfer his evil to people when he's never done that before or anything like that. I don't know, it just felt weird to me. Were you gonna say something?
Yeah, just to piggyback, is like definitely like the scene where Michael chokes him and you look into his eyes. It was like, okay, did he transfer some evil into him, or was it the fact that like he's looking in Corey's eyes and you can see the same thing in his own self because Corey accidentally killed a kid, and like is he seeing like can like it wasn't clear of like why did he let him go and like why did he like never kill him until he actually did end up killing him. But what did he like? They didn't make that the whole him choking him and him looking to his eyes. They didn't make that clear.
Mm-hmm.
One of the couple of things I didn't like about the movie was I would have had Corey's transition or his evilness a little bit more nuanced. There was too many moments in the movie where I felt like he was just a bit too creepy, where he just was like just hunched down, eyes squinting, just this weasel, just like he's looking to disturb. Like yeah, I get it
Yeah.
in a way. You maybe you would feel super disturbed if you killed a kid. Like I can understand that point. Maybe you would be like that way if you were responsible for a child's death and the whole town was constantly bringing it up. But I don't know. Maybe I just want a little bit of nuance of him being somewhat of a good guy and maybe having some a funny personality or a fun personality sometimes. And there's other times where he's still freaking out because maybe he's still like that's still gonna be in his head. But still, let him be human and have it be kind of ambiguous of like, is he good? Is he bad? Um, maybe have him feel like like I said, the whole where I thought they were gonna have each person he was killing, he like the sheriff was gonna kill him anyway. Same thing with those kids they end up killing, those bullies. I thought he was gonna do the same thing, like lure him to Michael, and if Michael would have killed him, it's like, well, I mean, he's not. He's a bad for, I guess, in a way for doing that, but at the same time, those kids tried killing him first. They threw him off a bridge. He could have died there.
Yeah.
So I wish they would have had more of like back and forth of like, is he good? Is he bad? But they didn't,
Like with the whole scene where like Michael looked into his eyes and shit. I kind of like the first time I seen it, I was confused, and then I watched like a clip of it back, and it kind of made me laugh because like it kind of looks like Michael like looks into his eyes to see what happened, and like as soon as the kid hits the ground and splats, it's like Michael lets him go. It's like, oh my god, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck did you do? Like, it looks like he sees the kid splat and is like, oh my god, dude, what the fuck? Like,
it's even messed up for me.
but I don't know. This probably like I mean we've had a lot of weird things happen in this franchise. A lot of very strange directions it's went in. Especially when it got to like the whole cult shit in one of the movies. But like,
let's not forget Resurrection.
That too.
Bust.
He said, "Looking crispy there, Mikey."
Dude, that was
Looking
like one of my
fucking
worst
chicken
decisions.
fried.
That was like one of my worst decisions for us to do Resurrection and then both Rob Zombies in the same night.
I say, you get in the back.
We did those on the same night, and that was the worst decision I've ever made.
Yeah. But even with all the strange things this franchise has done, like I feel like this is the strangest, at least when it comes to what they've done with Michael. Because at least with those movies, like okay, I admit Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 was strange with the whole white horse vision shit. But like all the other stuff, I always felt like it was weird stuff going on like around Michael, like the cult shit was going on like around him, and like the Busta Rhymes shit was going on like around him. But it was always like Michael was still Michael. But this one was like, it was like he's Michael, but he can like possess people now, or like some people were saying like they're like Michael can regenerate now. And I was just like, I don't. It was very strange. Like I don't. I almost don't know how to explain it. I've never seen like anything done like this with Michael before. I think that's most of the reason why after the movie ended, I was just kind of like, huh, like the fuck did I just watch? Like, and it wasn't like a mad thing. It was, and it wasn't. It was more just like a confused thing. Um, but oh, go ahead.
Well, I don't. I mean, maybe that's those are the plan. I don't feel like he was possessed. Like maybe there was some influence, but I don't see. That is confusing. They didn't make it clear if he was like if Michael like possessed him or not. But it seemed like he would have went down this road anyway.
Well, I tried to make sense out of it a little bit because they said in the movie like there was parts where they were talking about like how how evil can be like an infection or something like that. It was some line like that one of the characters said, and I was like, so are they trying to say like Michael like infected him with his evil or something, or are they just trying to say in like a general sense of like if something really fucked up happens, like it can cause like other people to get fucked up, kind of like a infection spreading type thing. I don't know. I was trying to make sense of it, but I'm still a little confused on it.
Which, I mean, if that's the case, Michael would cause his own infection because he's the one that killed his sister in the first place.
Yeah. I don't know. This is a very, very strange movie. And I think another reason I and a lot of other people were confused was because they were really hyping this up to be like look guys, this is it. This is the end of our trilogy. This is the conclusion. Like in the trailers they're like this is the end for Michael and Laurie. It all comes to a head here. And I think everybody was just kind of like expecting more Michael and Laurie in the film for the conclusion than we got. Or I felt like people were wanting something more for it being a conclusion. I don't. To me, I was just like, okay, this is supposed to be the conclusion, but they did have it finalized with how it ended, with Michael being put in the compactor and everything. But I don't know. It just felt like for a conclusion, it wasn't as epic as it seemed like it was going to be. I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Definitely. So, I was. I think they mixed up the plot of Kills and backwards.
Mm-hmm.
At least I view it that way. I think the plot of Ends should have been the second movie, and then the plot of Kills should have been this movie. Of course, there's some things in Kills like with the mob and people being dumb.
So evil dies tonight.
Yeah, some stuff with that would have changed, of course. But I would have had, because like, okay, so Michael was hurt. Michael was hurt in Ends, which makes it weird because I was just like, why is he hurt 4 years later? All they did was stab and shoot him a little bit. Which, okay, yeah, sure. If it was 1 year later, maybe five months to a year later, okay, that made sense. In real life, people who were shot and stabbed 4 years later are walking around fine. So I was just like, why would he still be hurt? Now, it would make sense if in Kills, or I'm sorry, if in Kills, if it would have been he did get burnt up He comes out the house. He is hurt, being burnt up, but he does kill the firefighter peoples. Cut to 4 years later, he's still hurt, or how many years you want to say he's still hurt from that. And then the stuff with Corey in the second movie, you know, in the whole plot of Corey is a second movie. And then maybe, you know, like whatever happens in the ending, because this wouldn't be the, I don't know, maybe he just kills Corey. Maybe Michael and Laurie have a fight, but they both walk away hurt, but don't kill each other. And then you go on kills where the mob is like, all right, no, we've had enough mob stuff, whatever.
Yeah.
But they didn't make it clear. Of like I was still confused of like, why is he hurt? Like,
yeah, a thing I have on that is like, it's very weird going into this movie seeing him like that when at the end of Kills, like they showed him like massacring like the entire mob, and then he kills Karen on top of that, and then there while that's going on, there's like the whole speech from Laurie where she's talking about how every time he kills, his evil transcends or whatever, and how like no one can stop him, and how like he gets stronger every time he kills and shit, whatever that speech was. And then in this movie, like the first time you see him, he's just like, oh my hip, my back,
right?
like like and, like especially like the scene where like Corey like takes the mask from him, like Michael's all like hobbling in the corner, and he's just like pushes him down. He's like, man, give me this.
Yeah, that's
I'm just like, it's sad, man.
Yeah,
like,
that's for sure. When this whole movie was just like, okay, I don't know where they're going with this now. Like, I thought maybe Michael was going to be on his side the entire time. Now he just walked into his he whooped, made Michael look like a bitch, took his mask, and walked out. All right, I don't know where this movie's going now.
Yeah, and like even when Michael was killing, like when he like fucking stabbed that doctor up against the wall and was like, you know, doing the head tilt and stuff, like he was kind of like moving kind of gingerly a bit, and it was kind of like he was like, all right, Corey, we kind of need to take like a 5-minute breather real quick before we head back. That was something, I don't know.
Like,
it's just,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think in my opinion, I do like where Tony was going with switching kills and ends. But I think if they really did, if Jason Blum and fucking Jamie Lee Curtis wanted to actually like extend this story, they could have done something where they had 2018 and Kills in the same movie and made it even more of a carnage than it was, and then had Ends be the second movie. What happened in Ends be the second movie besides, you know, the ending, of course. And then build it on maybe a Jamie Lee Curtis versus Michael Myers in the last movie is what I think they should have done. If they really wanted to build on this story, they had to. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of a thing I saw people saying about Ends, and like they were saying they weren't satisfied with the conclusion because they're like, well, we got Michael versus Laurie one more time, and Laurie finally won. But some people were just saying like, it was hard for me to care about like seeing them fight again because we already seen them fight in 2018. And so some people were kind of saying like they were tired of seeing them fight. But I don't know. It felt like with 2018, it felt like they had this great like starting point for this trilogy, and then Kills came out, and I mean it definitely delivered on the carnage part that they were hyping up, but they just added in some weird stuff. It's like most of the mob stuff was kind of weird. Like I didn't have a problem with Michael at all in Kills. I thought Michael was handled fine in that movie, but everything outside of him was kind of weird. Like it was kind of frustrating a little bit because they brought back Tommy Doyle, they brought back Sheriff Brackett, they brought back Lindsay, all these characters, and like they just I watched like a couple videos of people talking about this, like they were just kind of like just there, like they hadn't just been gone for 4 years. It was just like oh, what's up, Tommy? Like it wasn't no like reintroducing of the characters or anything like that, or there wasn't like any like even any like moments between the characters. Like we didn't really get a moment between like Tommy and Lori. They didn't get a moment between like Tommy and Lindsay or anything like that. Like or even like they didn't really do anything with Sheriff Brackett. Like they brought back Charles Cyphers as old as he is now, and he was just kind of in the background and like I don't know. I just felt like they could have done more with the characters that they brought back, and they just really didn't. That was one of my frustrations with Kills, because I was like, okay, it's cool. We have the characters from the original movie back, but it was just kind of like they also kind of took a backseat to the whole like mob mentality thing. And even in this movie, like, I wouldn't blame you if you missed it, but Lindsay is in this movie. I know some people might not realize that because she's like barely in this movie, but Lindsay is still alive in this movie, but they really do nothing with her except like a scene where she's talking about tarot cards or some shit.
Yeah, she was talking to Lori, right?
And
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
She's in the movie for a
And I
solid
was
like I'm pretty sure like 50 seconds, for being completely honest.
Yeah, I felt like it felt like for Kills, right? It started off with the flashback, fucking awesome shit. That flashback was awesome, and then like they started getting into kills and having Michael kill more people, and it was like, okay, this is good. And then we started seeing the characters come back. It was like, all right, here we go. We got the characters coming back. Michael's going on a rampage, and then it just kind of felt like it started losing steam, especially when it got to the scene where the whole the whole mob like in the hospital like going after the wrong person, that I don't know how, but somehow they mistake that guy for being Michael Myers. And it kind of felt like to me like they paused the movie to focus on that, and then it felt like once that part was over, they're like, okay, now we can go back to the movie that everyone cares about. But then it felt like everything after that was kind of just like jumbled together. And then they had like the cliffhanger ending where it was like, did Karen die or did she survive? And then of course you find out in this movie that she died. But I don't know, it felt like to me Kills started off good and then started just getting weird and strange, and felt like it was kind of losing steam. And then this movie kind of felt like to me like they were like, okay, we've done 2 Halloween movies, and it kind of felt like they didn't want to make another Halloween movie. It kind of felt to me like they wanted to tell this new story with this Corey character. It felt like that's what they were passionate about, and it kind of felt like they're like, we want to tell this story, but we got to put Michael in it somehow. And it kind of just felt like that's how the movie felt to me. It was like fuck. I mean, we just did 2 Halloween films. Like we kind of want to tell something new. We got to put Michael in this. We got to do it somehow.
So, but yeah, like I felt like the story with Corey and Michael were like integral to the plot. So I definitely feel like it was supposed to have Michael in it. Um, I just don't think this should have been the last movie. Like I definitely That's why I said like they should have had it where like in the beginning of this movie have kills and ends kind of like be reversed. Have him come out and show him that in the beginning that he's hurt. Why is Michael hurt? Well, he was in the fire
Mm-hmm.
when Lori and Allison set the house on fire. That hurt him. Have him still massacre the firefighter people. Have it cut to a year later or whatever like that. Now when Corey's in the sewer and he finds Michael, and when you see he's hurt, it's not like what's he hurt for? It was shown earlier at the beginning of the movie or whatever. Oh, okay, it's from a year ago when he was burnt up in the house. But I do feel like him being like Corey, him kind of turning evil and how people were treating him, it was integral to what Michael was doing. I mean, what he was doing to the town. So the whole town is on edge with Michael was doing, and then they see this dude, and it's just like y'all, like I could understand that point. They just didn't execute it weird. Like where the movie kind of fell apart for me in a weird way was like we talked about it when Corey goes to the sewer and he starts, pretty much beating up Michael and takes his mask, and then he starts to go on kind of rampage by himself. That's where I was just kind of like, okay, like, okay, okay, this isn't where I thought it was going at all. I thought some of the kills were cool, but then it was just like, huh, I didn't think it was going this way at all.
Yeah, like my whole thoughts on that part is like when they had Corey beat up Michael and take the mask, in my head I was thinking, are they gonna have it be a thing of like he's stronger than Michael now, he's taking Michael's strength, or he's like becoming stronger than Michael is, or that's what I thought at first, and then with him like putting on the Michael mask and like going on his own killing spree, like I did really enjoy that part. I did. I thought it was good, but the thing that was holding me back from like being like this part's fucking awesome was like every time he killed somebody, like I wanted to be like, yeah, that was fucking sick. And then in the back of my head, I was like, that's not Michael doing it though.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what was holding me back from like really liking it. And also with Corey, like me personally, I feel like because a lot of people like hate the character right now. There's people that like it, but I see a lot of hate for the Corey character. And I think maybe what they should have done with Corey is maybe like introduced him earlier on instead of waiting until the last movie to introduce him.
Right.
And maybe it would have like eased him in more than just being like, oh, here's this new character just out of the blue. And like maybe it could have had a thing of like maybe they introduce him in 2018. He's like someone that like Allison goes to school with or whatever, and then that would explain why. And ends like maybe she falls for him so easily because maybe she liked him back then in school or something. You know what I mean? Like I felt like maybe they should have done something like that to kind of like if this is the direction that they had planned on going in. Since then, like maybe they should have introduced him a little earlier on so people already knew of the character, and then when it came to this movie, maybe instead of like maybe instead of the first part being like a flashback of something that happened in his past, maybe like we see Corey in 2018 for a bit, and then he's just kind of a for Allison or whatever, and then maybe in Kills, like he's maybe like in the background as like part of the mob or something, or I don't know. I have him in there somehow, and then maybe instead of having it as a flashback and ends, maybe have it as a thing that like just happened, and maybe it would have made people have more sympathy for the character as well. And I'd be like, oh, that's like, oh, that sucks that happened to Corey. He was in like earlier in this movie, and he seemed like he was such a nice guy, and now this like horrible thing just happened to him. Rather than it just being like, oh, this horrible thing happened to this like random guy that we don't know anything about, and then and then that's just like a flashback. Well, not really a flashback. I guess it's like a, I don't really know what you call it, but then like after that, like we go back to present time of like how it's affected him. I don't know. I just feel like they could have executed the character better had they introduced him earlier on and maybe eased into it, and maybe the Corey character wouldn't have been so jarring to some people, and then maybe it wouldn't have caught people off guard how it did. Because people, but especially the way the trailers looked, like everybody was going in this movie like expecting to see just more of like what we seen in 2018 in Kills with like Michael massacring people, and then everybody was probably thinking it was going to be, well, they're going to fight in the end and Michael's probably going to finally die. I I don't believe that anybody was expecting the Corey character. Um, I don't know. That's just my opinion. How I feel that maybe the Corey character wouldn't be uh would be a more alike character had they introduced him earlier on.
Um, for sure, like it was introduced on like in the first one, like maybe in a small, uh, maybe a small mention of what's in the background of Corey or something like that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I definitely agree. One thing that really kind of bothered me in this movie was Allison.
Oh yeah.
For a couple of reasons. The first reason I was like, does this bitch not have sex in a couple of years? Why is she on him so quickly? Like I said it
And
multiple
yeah.
times. So like my girl was watching with it, I was just like, she's way too sexual and way too on him to a stranger she's never met before. And like he's not like not that I'm looking like that, but like we all know an attractive dude when we see one. Like if it's that guy from, we're like, okay, we get it. He ain't that attractive of a dude for her to be on him like that. So I was just like, did she has a weird kink now that because Michael's been chasing her, now she's just into creepy dudes. Like we've seen that happen in real life, where like maybe a woman goes through life as a child of her dad beating her, and then for some reason all the boyfriends she dates are guys who beat her. So is it like
Yeah.
that? Uh, like why is she on him so quickly? And then when her grandma Lori, like we did this in the first one, grandma kept warning her, Mike was coming, I gotta kill him, and they didn't believe her, and he came, and we seen what happened. Second movie, same thing. She didn't warn her, but Allison seen the rampage of Michael. She understands now. And here we go with the third one. Same thing. Her grandma was warning her, and then Allison has the gall to be like, "It's all in your head," doing the same thing she did in the first movie. And it's just like,
Mm-hmm.
so we're not learning. That's what you're telling me. You're not learning anything that's happening. You just she told and another. Why haven't they moved?
I don't know. Like they're like, oh, we moved into a new house, but it's still in
Oh yeah,
Haddonfield.
right. So you can't
Like,
move towns. Like, sure, Let me stay in the same town where my mom is murdered. The whole town's been murdered. And by the way, this guy who's killed my mom and half of the town, yeah, they never caught him either. It's been 4 years and they still never caught this dude either. Yeah, let me stay here. That sounds great. Yeah, sure.
yeah, about that, I found it kind of funny how like there was a line where they were saying that like Michael was like the FBI's most wanted or some shit, and I was like they didn't think to check the sewer like under the local bridge
Yeah,
because they show in the movie like everybody uses that bridge and that there's like homeless people that live under. I'm like the FBI didn't think to just like peek in the sewer, like
Motherfucker turned from Michael Myers to Michelangelo Myers.
even that's funny. even the homeless dude, no, he's like, oh yeah, Michael's in there. Like I've known. I'm
Like,
paraphrasing, but he's like, yeah, he's in there. Like,
yeah, I'm just like, you would think if he's the FBI's most wanted, you would think they would look everywhere. Like they wouldn't leave no place unturned trying to find him.
like real
But
life. Like, if this situation happened in real life, this would be the most talked about. Especially if the guy, like, they never caught the guy. Like this,
yeah,
this is some think about a dude kills not half of the town, but he killed at least 20 people in the town. I guess 30 in total if you count kills and the first movie. And yeah, this hasn't been caught. This guy would be talked about and on the news worldwide.
yeah.
But this, like, nah, it's still not a big deal. People just walking around regularly, haven't caught the dude. Yeah, let's just stay here. Like, no, other armies or nothing like that. Like, this town should be surveillanced by, like at least some army base would be by. Like, they put there's I saw a picture not long ago because there was like this riot at a campus that they had like an army tank, not an army tank, but one of those army like big trucky things on campus. Oh, but this town, no, killers, Wolverine killing people. Eh, we'll find them.
FBI said, "Fuck Haddonfield."
Right. So I thought that's kind of, but whatever. Movie's got a movie. At least like in some of the Friday 13th. At least Michael, Jason. At least he goes to different states.
Yeah. Like, I, I agree about like the Allison thing. Like, I thought like from when they introduced her in 2018 to like what they were kind of making her like more, because in 2018 she was just kind of like the scared girl, and then she like helped her mom or grandma fight Michael, and then like I always felt like her holding the knife at the end of the film was supposed to be like a symbol of some sort,
Right.
and then like in Kills they start having her be more independent where she like goes out to try to find Michael to kill him. And then so I thought that they were gonna try to make it a thing of like they were trying to build up Allison to have her like do something like big in the finale, but like the only thing she did really was just get horny, I guess. Like she just, I don't know, it felt like they were building her up for something big and it was just kind of like like I don't know, it's just really weird.
This movie is just fucking weird in general. It's the one reason where it's ranked so low in my ranking of the franchise, honestly. Like
So I wonder how you guys feel about this. I've seen someone say that when you watch the movie and when you finally, like after everything that happens in the movie, when you finally get the Michael and Laurie fight at the end, like they said that they felt that it felt like this was like too little too late. Like, did you guys get that feeling by the time we got to the final fight?
I definitely did. I feel like it just like there was no like I had like no willpower at that point. It's like they had fucked the movie over for like most of the movie and made like put in some weird shit, which some of it was fine, but like some of it was not, and I felt like it was way too late, and I just couldn't care about the ending or the fight in general.
Yeah.
And oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Like just more definitely. Like it's going back to the whole thing with Allison. Like you had mentioned the whole thing with them. Her holding the knife. And them showing, like, that was definitely like they wanted you to pay attention to that. Of
Mm-hmm.
maybe I definitely think in the writers' room it might have been a discussion like, okay, are we gonna go the route of like in Halloween 4 where I forget the little girl's name.
Jamie.
Jamie, yeah.
Jamie, like if they were gonna go the route of like if we're gonna make Allison another Jamie, or maybe she would turn evil, whatever like that. I definitely feel like that might have been something they were thinking about because, like I said, they definitely lingered on her holding the knife. Um, like you said, maybe that being a plot point in the next movie, but they never really came back around to that. Actually, I had forgot about that until you brought it up.
Yeah, like I don't know. It to me it just felt like they're like, okay, we're building Allison up to be this really strong character because they do that, and then they have in 2018 they have her dad get killed by Michael, and then in Kills they have her mom get killed by Michael, and then like she's been through all this for 2 movies, and then in the third one, like she just like I don't know, it felt like they were building her up to something that was gonna happen in the conclusion, and then it just felt like she was just kind of like not an afterthought because she was one of the main characters in the movie, but I felt like the whole Corey thing kind of skewed the whatever direction they were trying to take with Alice's character. Um, I don't know. And another interesting thing, I wonder had well, obviously had COVID not happened and everything, but had they gone with their original idea, like I wonder how different this would have been because their original thing was that they were gonna have 2018 kills and ends all take place on the same night. It was just gonna be like one long night. That was their original plan before they changed it. So I wonder if they would have did that, like how different it would have been. But then again, I don't know. And like some stuff I understood in this movie because it was like, okay, well, it has been 4 years, and so you got to have a time jump, and some things are going to be different. And I guess by this point, like it would make sense that Laurie and Allison would be trying to move on. Um, but I don't know. I just, I guess the biggest thing I felt about the movie was just disappointed because I thought it was going to be like they were making it out to be like this big epic conclusion, and it just was kind of mid, if I'm being honest. Like I don't know, it was like 2018. They were getting you all excited, like oh Michael's back and shit, and then Kills. They're like Michael's fucking killing everyone, and like fucking nobody's safe in Haddonfield, and he's gonna fucking take out the whole fucking town if he really wants to. And then ends was just kind of like Michael's still here, but let's push him to the side so we can tell this new story. And then by the end of the film, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, Michael's still here, so let's have them have a final fight. And then also, to do all this with the Corey character throughout the movie, only to have Michael kill him, I was kind of confused at because I was like, you spent this whole movie building up this new character and this whole story about him, and then Michael just snaps his neck. And I'm like, okay.
Well, to be fair, I knew that was coming. Like as soon as he took his mask off, I was like, all right, like this is really weird and this is really like out of character for them to do it like this. But I was like, for sure, Michael's gonna get his comeback. For sure, he's gonna kill him.
Yeah, I don't know.
It
I
surprised
didn't
me
think.
because he killed himself at first, and I was like, oh, I guess not. And then we know what happens after that, but
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I just kind of felt like they spent the whole movie building him up and wanting everybody to care about this character, and then they just kill him off. And I was just kind of like confused why they would do that to then go back to Michael. Because then I was like, I mean, if your plan was to go back to Michael this whole time, why didn't you just make the movie about Michael in the first place? I don't know. It's just weird. That's what I keep coming back to is the word weird. Like that's all I can think about when I think of this movie. Is just the word weird.
Maybe in a way they felt like because when Corey has his mask on, in a way you're like, what's not Michael Myers? But then you're watching him do the stuff, and it's just like, well, he is wearing a Michael Myers outfit. So, but like you said, like deep down, you know, like it wasn't Michael. But then he's still killing like Michael. So it's like maybe they were trying to make this super deep meaning of like anybody can be Michael, anybody can turn into Michael Myers. Like Michael Myers, the name isn't necessarily the person, this evil person who can go around the town killing people. It's not just contained to just one person. Anybody pushed hard enough can become this person, thus showing us Corey like taking the mask and the outfit and then doing Michael Myers stuff. It's just weird because it's not him, but then it's like, well, like he's doing cool stuff like Michael would do, but you like it's a double weird feeling of like it's not him, but it's like
Yeah.
It wasn't done well, but I could see the meat and potatoes of what maybe they were trying to say or do. There's definitely a story that they were trying to tell. I don't think it turned out great, especially for the last movie. I don't know why. Like I said, I felt like they should have made this the second movie. I definitely don't think for the last movie they should have did this experimental thing.
Yeah.
But in this movie, I can see I can see what they were trying to do, and I can see a really good movie if they just would have just changed some stuff around and made some stuff better here and there. But
yeah, like I don't know. The first two felt like okay, these are like slasher films. It feels like I'm watching a horror movie, and then this movie to me felt like until like the third act of the film, it felt like I was kind of watching like a drama, if that makes sense. And then like at the end, it like if that like when Corey started going on that rampage, it felt like the movie kind of finally kicked into gear and it's like, all right, shit's about to go down. And then I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if I watch the movie again, maybe I'll understand it a bit more. But I don't know. And another thing is like they really have advertising. Oh, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be the end, and their saga ends, and all this. And then like fucking like right after the movie comes out, I start seeing shit how Blumhouse is like, oh well, this might not be the last Halloween movie. I'm like, well, like Michael got put in a compactor, like you can't bring him back now.
nah, it wasn't him. That's
Like,
what you're gonna say.
like
He
what?
changed outfits
Did they
last
grab
minute.
Corey on? Did they grab Corey on accident
Yeah,
or
that's
something?
what it's gonna be. That's what it's gonna
Like,
be. They're gonna retcon it. They're gonna retcon it and say at some point that Lori and Allison went in the other room. Maybe they went outside to talk to the police, and they're gonna be like Michael got up real quick. He put the mask on Corey, and then he walked out the house.
dude, that's gonna be as bad as the shit they did in fucking Halloween Resurrection,
Can
where
I?
they sat there and they expect you to believe that Michael sat there and said, "Oh, I'm gonna get up and get butt ass naked and put my costume on a fucking EMT and then walk away." I'm just like,
You know what will make
what?
it worse? They're gonna retcon it even
What?
more because fucking Lori has the mask. Like that. So if
Yeah.
they put the mask on Corey or they put the mask on somebody else to make it think it's Michael, it's not gonna make any sense because Lori has the mask.
Oh yeah, that is right. She did take the mask off him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I will say I like the ending where like the town comes together to like finally like rid themselves of the evil. I do like that kind of because it's supposed to symbolize like all the shit that Michael put the town through. Like now they're finally putting him out to free themselves. So I like that. I just wish it would have been a better movie because that part of the movie where that happened, like when Laurie finally kills Michael, and then the town carries Michael to the junkyard, and they do all that, putting him in the compactor and everything. It felt like that moment was supposed to be like the swan song for the trilogy, but the rest of the movie before that didn't really feel like a finale. It just felt like this really weird, almost like anthology kind of story that just so happened to have Michael in it. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I definitely do see them. Because it's a franchise that makes money. It's sad that the other franchises like Nightmare on Elm Street or Friday the 13th can't make more sequels. Not that they would be good. Who knows? Because I don't know. People gave shit to the Leatherface movie that came out on Netflix about a year ago. Actually, it was this year. Um, I kind of liked it though for a small movie. Like there, these something like I don't mean to give excuses to these type of movies, but sometimes I don't need some grade A Oscar performance type of movie. Sometimes I just want to see a killer be a killer and just do something. Like these movies, like even the older ones, like the older Friday 13th and Halloween, they're not great movies. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, but they're kind of goofy in some ways. But
Yeah.
um, I definitely do see them making another one. Um, I'll give it. We'll hear in 10 years. In 5 to 10 years, if we don't hear word about another one, I'll be surprised.
Yeah. I mean, when they made 2018, like at that point, they didn't even have like I think at the time they were thinking about making another one, but I think they were just waiting to see how 2018 did, and that thing fucking exploded in the box office. And then they were like, "Well, we're gonna not make just one more. We're gonna announce two more." And then we got what we got with those two movies, and now it just kind of like I guess the best way for me to say this is the movie felt like that's it rather than like it felt like, oh, well, that's it, I guess, rather than wow, it's finally it. That's how it fucking ended. Holy shit. I don't know. Did it feel like that to you guys?
Well, definitely. I mean, especially with the fight with Lori and Michael. I mean, um, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't the grand finale that I probably would have hoped. And you know, when he get crushed, it definitely was just like, all right, I guess it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just felt like it was leading. They wanted to lead to something, but it in like some conclusion, but it just felt really like, not that it was bad of a conclusion, because that, if it was in a better movie, it would be a great conclusion. But it felt like a conclusion that shouldn't have been in this movie. I feel like it was used for this movie, but
Yeah.
it was just like put in there, kind of like they edited another movie that they made, and then put the Michael scenes and not the conclusion in, and made it just a half-assed Halloween film, pretty much. I
Like
feel.
it definitely felt like they had a bunch of different ideas, and it maybe felt like different people wanted to tell different stories. Like one person wanted to tell like the whole Corey thing, and then another person wanted to tell like the Laurie and Michael thing, and it definitely felt like they were like, okay, well, how do we put this together? How do we like figure out how to make these two things work together?
Yeah.
And it went together, I guess. Maybe not in the best way, though.
No, definitely not in the best way at all. But all in all, but like this is like I still had fun. Like I still kind of enjoyed it. There was things I like. I gotta watch it again. I feel like I don't know, but I wasn't like mad. There were things that I was like questioning. That was just like okay, just up until the ending when he died. I was just like, I mean, okay, well these kills are pretty cool. Like I said, the part when Corey was choking out the doctor, and then you turn a corner and Mike was there too. I was like, oh, that's an interesting like this dynamic is an interesting take on Michael I've never seen before, and I was kind of into the whole like he's got a little sidekick. um, that's not only just being his sidekick and just doing it by himself. Mike was there, kind of like teaching him. That's kind of cool. And then it kind of went off the rails, but I was still kind of enjoying it for what it was. And like I thought when fake Michael Corey cut the DJ's tongue out, I was like, that's brutal. Like I was disgusted. I was like, that was a brutal kill.
Yeah, when he like had the one guy on the ground and he's like melting his face with the fucking blowtorch.
That was pretty brutal.
And shit. Like that's what I was talking about. Where I was like, I was watching it. I was like, oh yeah, this is fucking sick. And then in the back of my head, I was like, yeah, but it's not Michael doing it. And I tried to like make myself get past that to kind of help me understand the movie more. To be like, this is someone who is as fucked up as Michael is, maybe, or try to make it make sense in my head, and it's just really hard for me to. Because I liked the whole part where he's like going around massacring everybody. Like that's where it felt like the movie really got its burst of energy, and then it just after that it was just kind of like, well, Corey's dead. Now Michael and Laurie. And now Michael's dead, and that's it.
Yeah. I didn't like how they killed him either. I thought that was kind of anticlimactic, but
yeah, I don't know, because they just like stab him to the table, like they were trying to like crucify him or something, and then like they slit his wrists and like slit his throat, and then like from what people are saying, I guess he died on the table before he even got put in the compactor, because they were saying I guess he bled out, and they were saying like by the time he was getting carried, he was already dead because he bled out. But I don't really know. I'd have to watch it again to see if that is the case.
I mean it's possible. They never really like. Of course, they're not going to confirm it. But definitely that compactor definitely like was like, all right, yeah, he's definitely dead now. But I don't know. That was a flaw too, where the whole town got together and it was just like, how did they round up the whole town for this public execution?
Yeah, and I thought they were gonna have it go the direction of like, since they were basically turning Corey into Michael, I thought they were gonna have it be a message of like Michael does die, but they were gonna have like Corey continue on to be like well, Michael died, but now like his evil spread like the infection that they were talking about, and now they got a whole new problem to deal with Corey. And I thought maybe that's how they could go in a direction if they wanted to make another one. But
no, fucking
they
Corey's
killed him
the
off.
guy. Like it's just fucking done.
Yeah.
Honestly, I do think like I've had my ups and downs with Blumhouse in general, but I do think um, when it comes to the Corey character and what they were going with, I do think they should have put that in its own movie. Because it could have worked a lot better that way. Of course, not the part where he died or whatever, but because they could make sequels to that, but I do think they could have done a really good just Corey movie, and it could have been something watchable instead of here's Corey in the conclusion to the Halloween franchise. Like, I don't know.
Or even a nice little Netflix series in a world where we get like a TV series of like everything.
Yeah.
A quick little Netflix series on HBO Max or Netflix, whatever, with Corey would have been nice. So okay, we get this character. It don't gotta be a long series. It could be 6 episodes. It don't gotta be that long. And then we get the movie, and but
Yeah.
this one definitely felt like the first movie. I think that's what makes it so sad. The first one has so much promise, where it felt like the writers and the cast and everybody had so much life of like, let's bring Halloween back. We're gonna do it right this time. It's gonna be great. And definitely by this last one, it seemed like they had an idea, but it also felt like they were just like, yeah, let's just get this shit over with.
Yeah.
Um,
Especially like it felt like that when it came to Jamie Lee Curtis because it felt like she wanted to be done playing Laurie Strode so bad. Like, and even she said like after this movie, she said that she's like for sure done playing Laurie like for good. Even though I mean money does talk, but fucking the way she was saying it, she sounded like she was extremely happy that she didn't have to play that character anymore.
I would be happy if she's done.
Yeah, I think I mean when 2018 came out, I was hearing people say they were sick of like Jamie Lee Curtis and they wanted like a different story besides Michael and Laurie again. But I understood why she was in that one because that's what they were going for. And then now, definitely by ends, I'm like, okay, like yeah, if they do ever make more Halloween films, I would definitely like it to be something that doesn't have to do with Laurie. Because I kind of felt like Laurie was what was holding this trilogy back from it being more than it was.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because it felt like in 2018, like they wanted to like have this new like timeline and start everything new and fresh and only have the original film connected to it and um it felt like they had all these fresh ideas and they could go in all these new directions and like even in that movie they were making it clear by having characters say like oh Michael and Laurie are not brother and sister and Michael isn't going after Laurie at all like they made that very clear in that movie and then it just felt like maybe not so much kills because Laurie was in the hospital the whole movie but definitely this movie like they just made it feel like it was about more so Laurie than anyone else at the end of it. I would have been more interested to see what they would have done if it was just like Michael gets out of the sanitarium and then just starts going on this killing spree. Like without Laurie there, I would have been more interesting to me. But I get why they wanted her there because saying that we have Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie that's gonna get more people to go see it. So I understand that.
Well, that's definitely where they messed up, in terms of saying that they weren't brother and sister, because I feel like that is the thing, that is the number one thing that kind of kept Michael and Laurie thing make sense. And
Hmm.
once they kind of made it be like, well, they're not related, it made it seem like, especially within the first one, Laurie's just obsessed with this killer. Now, it makes sense. Not obsessed with like she likes him, but obsessed with like the fact of I want to kill him. Now, in one way, it kind of makes sense, but I think the whole brother and sister thing kind of made it more like, why does Michael keep going after her? Oh, his sister. He either wants to he either like in the remake, in the first remake, he wasn't trying to kill Laurie at first. He just wanted her. That was his little sister. That's the only his little sister was like the only person he cared about.
Mm-hmm.
So when he came back for her, like he didn't kill her. He wasn't trying to at first. He grabbed her and then he held up a little picture and was just like, "That's us. Like I'm here for you." So it was like, all right. But then with this iteration, they made it clear like no, like they're not connected by blood at all. So then it became like they don't need to be in the same setting at all. Like you said, like she's kind of holding this. She's holding this whole franchise back. Because Michael could be going after other people, could be doing other things, and they kind of keep making it about Laurie, and Laurie's like involving herself in this situation when she doesn't have to. She can move. She could very much just move to a different state, and her whole family could have moved to a different state. She would have never dealt with any situation ever again. But
yeah, and that kind of brings me back to the whole thing about Allison. Was like I thought that they were bringing Laurie back for the 2018 one, and then I thought in Kills that they were gonna have Laurie die, and then because I thought they were building up Allison for like I thought they were trying to build her up through 2 movies to where once Laurie died that they could shift in like Allison as the new like main character or something. I thought that's what they were doing, but that didn't happen. It was almost like they were kind of like I don't really know what their intention was with it, but it almost felt to me like they didn't have the balls to kill Laurie.
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
I mean, she's never had a happy ending. Like
Yeah, true.
this is the only iteration where Laurie has had a happy ending. And all they were the ones like she thought she won and then she didn't, and then she got killed her own self. So
Yeah, true.
now I would have liked had it been just like Michael wins, like he just walks to like that, like that's the idea of like some evil is gonna win. He just walks into the sun, not the sunset, but he killed them all, and it's his movie, of course, duh. Like he should win, but
Yeah. And like that could have played into the whole aspect that they were like talking about in the original film where like when Michael is like watching Laurie in the school, like the teacher was talking about like fate and like how you can't escape your fate and no matter what you do, like you can't escape fate and whatever else they were saying, and that they could have used that like message as like it's like her fate to like die at the hands of Michael, like no matter how long it takes. Obviously, like fucking 40 years, but I don't know. Like the 2018 felt like they had so much like love and care for the franchise, and I mean, it's even evident by watching it, like how much like they have a reference to almost every single previous movie in the franchise, and then it felt like that movie was kind of like a love letter to the franchise, and then Kills was kind of like, all right, here's our like what we want to start doing as like our new beginning of our trilogy, and then it just got really strange, and then this movie got even stranger. At some points, it was almost like they were like when you watch the movies, it's at some points it's almost like they go one direction and then they kind of like it seems like they either were too afraid to go all the way in that direction or they kind of just got confused and went in another direction.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I'm not saying I hate this movie. I like this trilogy for what it I guess for what it is. Considering films we had earlier in the franchise, I suppose, we could have got a lot worse than what we got. Um, but
Oh my God, swear to God.
so I was saying, trilogy, like fondly, do you think, like even us, like, do you think we'll look back on it as like a good trilogy, or like what do you guys think about that?
Ah,
Um, I don't think so. I think overall, like, I don't think I would watch them back to back. I can watch 2018. I've seen that movie like maybe twice, maybe three times. I still enjoy it. Like maybe I haven't watched it this year, but like maybe next year or a few years from now, whatever. If someone was like, "Hey, you want to watch the movie?" I can watch it, no problem.
Hmm.
Kills. I don't know if I'd want to watch Kills again. And then this one, I've only seen it once, so I could definitely see it again if someone hasn't seen it. I think there's some funny parts in it, or I think there's parts that like I don't know. I get some enjoyment out of it because I don't entirely hate it.
Hmm.
Um, but as a series as a whole, I don't think it's a great. See, I think they're fine movies by themselves. As a whole, I don't think I'd want to watch them together one by one. Like I still very much feel like I'd rather watch Halloween 1, Halloween 2, Halloween 4 and 5, in H2O than rather watch these.
Hmm.
I still and like I don't think it's just nostalgia. I feel like those movies are just inherently better stories. I see what they were trying to do with these movies. Like I said, like there's in the meat and potato, there's something, especially in this one. There is a great movie in Halloween Ends, and even Halloween Kills. There's a great movie in there. They have some good stuff in those movies that like this could have been great. And they just if they just dropped the ball, I think a little bit. Which is sad. I mean, I'm just one guy's opinion. Um, but I think they could have did some definitely some stuff better or differently that would have made the series um, looked at overall a lot better. But they didn't, and it's
Hmm.
sad, and we'll have to deal with that.
Yeah. What about you, Austin?
I mean, in terms of trilogies, I don't think people will look back at the as a trilogy, like as a good trilogy. I don't think it would be regarded as like more as the others, but
Hmm.
I do think in some way this trilogy would be regarded as like I guess a different take on the series maybe. Especially, I mean, I could watch Halloween 2018 pretty well and like enjoy that. And Halloween Kills, and it's like it's whatever. There's some stuff that's not great, but there's also some really great parts about it. Um, Halloween Ends, I don't fucking know because I definitely have a different take on this movie. Besides you guys, I actually genuinely hate this movie. Like I genuinely fucking hate it. Um, but as a trilogy, as a complete trilogy, I don't think it would be regarded as a good trilogy per se, and look back on it as a good trilogy. I would say standalone films, at least the first two, can be regarded as something good.
So now that you said that, I'm curious. Like, What part of the movie was it where you stormed out of the theater?
Oh
Okay,
yeah, I'm curious.
it wasn't a part of the movie. It was mainly when it was over. So
Mm.
I saw this with my mom and my sister, and I sit there. For one, my mom thought it would be a great idea to go to a 1:15 p.m. showing, and I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. So we go to a showing where it's like bright daylight. There's nobody there. Like there's like other people in the theater with us, and nobody's saying anything. My mom's trying to ask me questions when I'm visibly getting pissed, and it's not a good sight when my sister's going, I've seen that look before. Don't talk to him at all. So I didn't talk for about an hour after the movie. But after the movie fucking ended, I looked at there was a post credit scene, and then I fucking went to the car. I was to the car before I was to the car before my family even got out of their seats, from what I know. So I was pissed, very much so. I did not enjoy. Like, this is probably the worst theater experience I've had this year, and I've been to the theater a good bit this year. Cause like even within like with Kills and 2018, they were both good experience. Even though like Kills, it wasn't like it was a good movie, but it wasn't that it had some bad parts. Like it was still a good experience seeing it in the theater. But this one just pissed me off. So I've obviously had some time to think about it, and even though I don't like it, I am not as pissed as I was, because if we would have done the podcast like on the day, I would have been screaming. So I'm fine now, obviously, but I just did not enjoy my experience or my time watching it at that in the theater or anything like that. Pretty much, it just wasn't good to me. Especially with what they were hyping it up as. That's what pissed me off the most. And
Yeah, I even seen some people saying like they were, well, so the aftermath of this film is kind of funny because for one, I saw these fucking people started this they were so pissed at the movie that they started a change.org petition for the entire movie to be reshot. Like, think that's gonna fucking do anything?
Yeah.
I was like, why? They're not gonna. You know how much money they spent on this movie? They're not just gonna be like, oh
Yeah. No.
well, better listen to those people on Change.org. Let's go spend another like 40 million or whatever it cost them to make it. Like, they're not gonna do that
I will say
just because people didn't like it.
the aftermath was pretty fucking shocking, because the first week, I don't know if you saw, but it was number one in the theater, like box office number one. And then the next week, it got an 81% decline and became number three in theaters. Smile, which has been out for like 4 weeks at that time, beat Halloween Ends the second week that it was out.
I'm gonna assume that that decline was either because, uh, unless there was other films that beat it, or the people that seen it opening weekend were like telling everybody, "Yeah, this is trash. Don't go see it." Like, I don't
The
know
only other film
how
that
else
came
it would
out
have
that
had a decline like
weekend,
that.
I think the only other two films that beat it was Smile and Black Adam for the second weekend.
Oh yeah, you saw Black Adam, right, Tony?
I did.
How did you like that?
I thought it was a solid good time. It's not great. It's not the greatest superhero movie I've ever seen. It's not. I don't think it's bad. I think there's some. It's a good. It's just a good movie. There's some parts that I really enjoyed. I thought some of the action was pretty cool. Story wise, the story is hit or miss. It depends on you. You can say it's pretty mediocre. Mediocre, but but
Oh my god.
um, I walked out of it having a good time. I enjoyed myself and glad I saw it. but it just depends on how people are, I guess, will how you like your theater experience. If you're looking for this great story, you may not like it. But if you're just going in it on a random Saturday, just wanted to have a good time, uh, maybe laugh here and there, because there are some moments that were genuinely funny.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's decent. It's a pretty good movie. It's not great, but I liked it better than some Marvel movies I saw this year.
Yeah, Marvel's been. Uh,
I liked it more than Thor 4, and I liked it more than uh, Multiverse of Madness, to be honest with you. So,
from what I've seen from Marvel this year, like I don't think they've been the same since No Way Home. Honestly,
no, they haven't. I mean,
no.
Moon Knight was cool.
I didn't watch Midnight.
It it definitely had that problem where most Marvel's movies have, where it's like, okay, the beginning and middle, fantastic, and then there's that ending where it's like, okay, CGI battle, all right, cool. Um,
Yeah, like so, since we have you here, Tony, I wanted to ask you, uh, since you're one of the biggest like superhero guys that I know, like what's your thoughts on like all the stuff that Marvel was announcing, like the Avengers movies and Deadpool 3 with Wolverine? Like what's your thoughts on all that?
with the Avengers stuff, cool. Hopefully they kind of go back into more of a serious role, because I feel like a lot of the stuff they've been coming out with have been a little bit on the goofier side. Like Thor 4 was kind of goofy. Multiverse of Madness had some seriousness to it, but like I didn't feel the weight of the movie. Like I didn't feel like the stakes of the movie ever felt in peril. I didn't really ever feel like the characters were in danger.
Hmm.
Um, Moon Knight was a little bit more serious, so that one is fine. She-Hulk, trash. I'm ass. Um, so with these next movies, like Black Panther's gonna be coming out soon. I kind of hope these next movies kind of go more of on. There's nothing wrong with jokes. Like even Black Adam has some jokes in it. There's nothing wrong with having some jokes, but at least I wanted to have more go back to the Marvel roots of having somewhat of a serious tone in his movies,
Hmm.
with some better writing. And then with them announcing Deadpool 3 with Wolverine, I thought that was like the best thing in the world. I love I love Hugh Jackman. Wolverine's my favorite character, and I think Hugh Jackman as Wolverine is next to Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. Like there's no one else who could play that role, who could replace that role. And with I love Deadpool as well. So two of my favorite characters gonna be in a movie together. I think it's gonna be fantastic. I think it's gonna be a No Way Home thing all over again, where I'm just gonna be happy the entire time, no matter. The movie could be terrible. I get to see Wolverine. I get to see Hugh Jackman as Wolverine again. Like
I, s- I saw people were pissed at Hugh Jackman for coming back because
really,
yeah, because I saw like some stuff on Twitter. People were saying they're like, what the fuck, Hugh Jackman? I thought you were retired. I thought you weren't playing the character anymore. And then they're
um,
like, so you're telling me Logan means nothing now
nah,
and
like
shit.
okay, so I did see a little bit of that, and I think that kind of does kind of like doesn't bother me, but it's just like
Hmm.
it's like we saw Multiverse of Madness, or at least I did. Freaking Charles Xavier's in that movie. Where people maybe they were. I didn't see I didn't see the out like I didn't see the outrage of like, why is Charles Xavier Multiverse of Madness? So does this undercut Logan, where Charles got killed in that movie? Oh, Logan's now ruined now because Charles is in Multiverse of Madness. Like no, like I don't remember hearing comments like that when it was
Hmm.
confirmed he was gonna be in that. So how come in this movie it's like, oh, Logan is completely ruined because they already confirmed that this version is going to be a different version of Logan. Like Logan itself is not even in the same universe they said as the rest of the X-Men movies. Like it's it's a different multiverse. It's a different take on the X-Men world, and they already confirmed that like X-Men 1, X-Men 2, X-Men 3 is not connected to Logan. So I don't know what people are. It ruins Logan now. Fuck off. Go watch. It doesn't ruin it. Shit. Whatever. The same people who are complaining and people who are upset about Logan are going to be the same people who are going to be in line to buy their tickets to see Deadpool 3 when it comes out, or the second the trailer drops, and the second they see Wolverine tearing shit up in the trailer. Just fuck off. Go ahead and complain for whatever 5 minutes, and then you'll be happy the second you see him on screen again. Just like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how. I'm interested to see like the dynamic between Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds. I think they'll be
I'm
really good together.
definitely interested in Deadpool 3. I don't know how much so I'm interested in Avengers again, because honestly, I mean the latest I did see they released the trailer for the new Ant-Man film. I haven't seen it. Uh, but the trailer that I did see that they released was a trailer about a Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special, which kind of looks interesting. I don't know.
I saw that.
I don't know. I hope they get more to the serious stuff again, like serious but with comedy. I feel like is good for those movies because I was really invested when they had like Infinity War and then Endgame, and then after that I was kind of like, it's whatever. And then when No Way Home hit, I was invested in that, and then I really haven't been invested since, which sucks. But I don't know. I would like to be more invested in the Marvel movies again, but
Most definitely. I mean, I definitely feel like they put out a bit too much. I mean, when after the pandemic, when we started getting the MCU stuff again, it was about like a year and a half since we have gotten like any MCU movies or any movies in general because of COVID, of course. So
yeah.
it was kind of cool to see like COVID stuff, Marvel movies again. But now I definitely feel like it's too much sometimes, but at the same time, it's like if it's good, okay. But I definitely feel like they put out just a bit like we're getting Black Panther in November, and they dropped the trailer for Ant-Man, and it's just like, can we at least see Black Panther 2 first? Like, damn, like I can't even be fully invested in Black Panther without y'all now showing, hey, guess what? Ant-Man's coming out too. And then it's just like, all right, well, Ant-Man looks kind of cool because Kang, and if you've seen Loki, the Kang is a cool villain, and he's basically, hopefully, they build him up as like the next Thanos of the MCU and makes the MCU more serious again. But then the next day, hey, holiday special, Guardians of the Galaxy, and it's like, fuck, can we at least soak in Ant-Man and Black Panther first before it's not even November yet. Like, why are you? I don't need to know about this holiday special yet. Like, why are you like showing so much coming out? And it's a bit much sometimes. I'm a hypocrite because I'm gonna watch all of it anyway, but because I like superhero stuff, so of course I'm gonna watch it whether it's good or bad. I watched all She-Hulk. I thought it was ass, but I kept watching anyway.
I completely skipped She-Hulk. I heard it came out, didn't realize it came out for like 3 episodes, and then I saw the clip of her twerking with fucking Megan Thee Stallion, and then I was like, nah, no, I'm just gonna skip out on this. Fuck that.
Like, I'll be fair. There's moments here and there where I might have chuckled or I thought it was decent, but it's overall not a great product of what the MCU should be,
And
or at least I want it to be.
they kind of teased every episode because they announced before the show even came out that Daredevil was going to be there, and they
Right.
teased every episode, so everybody was watching every episode just to see Daredevil. Didn't come till the finale. Like, the fuck.
Yeah, like, I mean, in the stuff with Daredevil, I mean, it was fine. Deadpool. Wow, Daredevil was cool. The action, whatever they showed was like promising. Like it was for a little sneak peek of whenever they do this show, because there's gonna be a Daredevil show coming too.
Yeah.
It's like okay, all right, cool. For the action they showed us, if they keep it consistent, the Daredevil show will be fantastic. Change the outfit back though. I get it. The yellow and the red is comic accurate. I've seen the picture of the yellow and red suit in the comics. Not everything needs to be comic accurate. Change it back to all red. I don't like the mustard yellow. I don't like
You know, I might have like a weird opinion on it, but when it comes to Netflix shows, Marvel shows, I actually didn't really watch Daredevil too much. I actually enjoyed Jessica Jones more than Daredevil.
it. Really?
Yeah, I would like to see them bring back Jessica Jones if I'm being completely honest. That was probably the show that I enjoyed the most out of those shows, the Netflix shows, especially Iron Fist. That one sucked so bad. But I would definitely like to see them bring back Jessica Jones. And
I haven't seen all of Daredevil. I know I saw season 2 and season 3. I saw Luke Cage. Luke Cage season 1 was pretty good. Season 2 it kind of fell apart. I never got into Jessica Jones though. I haven't seen Punisher either.
I definitely suggest Jessica Jones. Punisher. I tried to watch it. I couldn't get into it though.
The memes are funny.
Yeah.
The one where he's like, no, 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 no.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
I always laugh when I see that one.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
no.
MCU. It definitely. I hope they kind of go more on a serious, more tone. Which there's nothing wrong with jokes, but when sometimes they go a little bit overboard. Where like Thor 4 was just I didn't.
I had thought about seeing that in theaters, but then I passed. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go see Nope instead.
I saw Nope recently.
I watched it. I think it was the week it came out with a friend, and it was good. I didn't think it was bad, but
Yeah,
definitely
that's
wasn't
about
Get
how I
Out.
felt about it. There.
No.
You know, better than Get Out.
Yeah. Um, I don't know. I I just enjoy Jordan Peele's movies in general. So
I know we're going all over the place. Just a quick little thing on Nope. I thought the movie was good. Most of the movie I very much enjoyed. The ending did lose me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah,
But for the most part, it is a really good movie. But
yeah.
yeah.
We usually, I mean, go all over the place.
Okay, good.
So it's fine. It's fine.
Have you ever seen the movie Barbarian?
I have not.
If you guys ever get a chance, definitely check it out. It's one of the better horror movies that's come out in the past couple of years. Unlike Halloween.
Fuck Halloween ends.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just watched WCW Halloween Havoc 2000.
See, you're making it out like this was like a hype event or whatever. It was not hype at all. It was the most boring shit ever. Why?
Gotta get excited for Halloween, Austin. This is our Halloween special review. Come on, Austin. Get hype. This
I'm not
show's
Mojo Raleigh.
the show was so fucking boring, bro. It was so boring. To be fair, it was so fucking boring.
Like,
Ow.
I am genuinely drained. Like, honestly, bro.
Well, the fucking show itself, if you're wondering, it had really no Halloween aesthetic to it like they used to. There was really no Halloween vibe to it other than the fact it was called Halloween Havoc. Like there was nothing else really there Halloween wise. So it really didn't feel like a very Halloween-esque show. Um but it was Halloween Havoc. You'll see in this fucking thumbnail, the logo was fucking god awful. I don't know what the fuck that is, but that's the Halloween Havoc
I
logo they went
think
with.
they were trying to go for, like, it kind of looked like a ripoff of the Scratch logo for D and shit at the time. Or
I don't
WTF or
know.
whatever.
It was fucking bad. And also, all over the ring and shit, and they kept like plugging it. They're like, Halloween Havoc is brought to you by WCW Backstage Assault. Because like
Well, the sad part about Backstage Assault,
what?
that game has Vince Russo as the playable character.
Oh, we got to play that game together someday.
Like, it legitimately, because I remember watching New Legacy Inc. play it, and they're like, Vince Russo is a playable character, David Flair is a playable
Oh
character.
my god.
Like, I'm pretty sure Chronic's in it. I'm
Oh.
pretty sure Goldberg's in it. Like, actually, let me just look up the fucking. I might as well look up the roster for Backstage Assault.
Jesus Christ.
Let me just look at the roster. It'd be more entertaining than this fucking actual.
Oh my god, bro.
Bam Bam Bigelow, Big Vito, Bill Goldberg, Booker T, Corporal Cajun,
No.
David Flair, Diamond Dallas Page, Disco Inferno, Doug Dillinger, Hulk Hogan, Jeff Jarrett, Jimmy Hart, Kevin Nash, Conan, Major Guns, Mona, Ric Flair, Scott Steiner, Sarge, Sergeant AWOL, Sid Vicious, Stevie Ray, Sting, Tori Wilson. Unlockable characters, so all of those people were already unlocked.
Oh, dear god.
Unlockable characters.
Oh no.
Billy Kidman, Bryan Adams, Brian Clark, Bret Hart, Buff Bagwell, Chris Candido, Chris Kanyon, Daphne, Crowbar, Don Harris, Eric Bischoff, Evan Courageous, Hugh Morris, Johnny Stamboli, Kimberly, Lance Storm, Laparca, Lex Luger, Lieutenant Loco, Medusa, Mike Awesome, Miss Elizabeth, Miss Hancock, Norman Smiley, Rey Mysterio Jr., Ron Harris, Scott Hall, Shane Douglas, Shane Helms, Shannon Moore, Tank Abbott, Vampiro, and Vince Russo.
Oh my god. Bro, that's crazy that the game came out in October and they still had fucking Hulk Hogan and Scott Hall in it. Like, I'm pretty sure Hulk Hogan was gone at, like, the beginning of the year.
No, he was gone after Bash the Beach.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense then, I guess. God, when we get to that fucking show, dude.
All of 3 Count are in it, dude.
Oh.
And at least Miss Hancock's in it, and fucking David Flair and Crowbar, but like...
And Chronic.
Fuck Chronic, dude.
Fuck you. Chronic is awesome.
Fuck that, man. Fuck that.
I wish the Natural Born Thrillers were in it. Why weren't the Natural Born Thrillers in it?
I don't know.
That's an injustice to the Natural Born Thrillers.
Why is Laparca in it? Like,
I don't know.
You have to unlock Chronic. Why?
Unlock Chronic. Is that the only game Chronic's ever been in?
Well, let's see.
Oh, now you got to look it up.
Have Chronic.
Oh my god. Chronic. Their fucking theme.
Stop. Stop. Oh.
I'm adding that to the playlist.
Why?
Chronic.
Oh, stop.
I'm sorry. Well, wait, no, what was that intro? What? What the intro is? Yes, I've been waiting for you. Chronic. What the fuck is that theme?
Wait, why is there a top 10 list about what WCW fans should know about Chronic?
Oh god. What the fuck? Wait, what's the things that they should know about Chronic?
They debuted helping another team win tag titles.
Their theme is so bad.
The Undertaker personally wanted to work with them in the Invasion and then fucked them over. It's just
Jesus Christ.
They won tag titles in All Japan? What? Oh, they main evented Halloween Havoc. Oh, well, yeah. Well, we just watched it. So.
Oh god, I just came across this clip on YouTube. WCW 2000 Chronic versus 3 Count that happened. Wait, is that the one that we watched, or was it like another one? Oh no, that's the one. That's the one we watched. Never mind. I thought they had like an actual full match.
Brian Adams is dead?
Oh no.
So their final match together was a match in All Japan where they both faced Goldberg and the Great Muta.
No. No, dude, that's terrible. So, this clip came up, WCW Worldwide 2001, Kiwi and Meng versus Chronic. Kiwi and Meng versus Chronic. Why? That's so terrible.
I just can't.
Chronic.
So yeah, apparently Chronic were only in Backstage Assault.
Jesus.
Let me just look up WCW video games and see what the last video game was. Wait a minute.
What?
Oh, this is their last video
game. Backstage Assault was?
That was their last video game ever.
No, what a... Oh.
What a video game to go out on. Oh my
The last
god.
video game was the video game that had nothing to do with a wrestling ring.
That means that was Chronic's only game. And that means that... Oh, that means that game was... Well, I don't know if that's because the game was so bad or because WCW went out of business.
Devin, I've seen footage of the game. It's bad.
So have I, but I'm saying I don't know if they would have, if WCW would have kept being in business, like if they would have made like, cause I remember I don't know if you know who Nicotine is, but he's this guy that reviews like old wrestling games, and he was saying that they apparently had plans of making a Backstage Assault 2, but it never happened because they went out of business. But they legitimately were
You
planning on
know,
making a Backstage Assault 2.
I think I actually have a copy of Backstage Assault. Give me a second.
Oh my god, do you really?
I think so.
Jesus Christ. Well, isn't it on PS1?
It's on N64 and PS1, I believe.
What do you have it on?
I think I have it on N64.
You ever told me you had an N64?
Yeah, I've had an N64 for a while.
You never brought that up before.
I do. I have a copy of Backstage Assault.
Oh my god. Ooh, can you like play it?
I mean, I don't have my N64 hooked up right now.
Can you like can you do like a gameplay of it on your channel?
Do I have this? How much? Did it say how much it was when I bought it?
Where did you get it from?
I think I got it from a thrift shop.
You sure you didn't like seek it out online?
No, I'm pretty sure I bought it from a thrift shop because I remember buying. Yeah, I did. I did. No, it wasn't a thrift shop. It was a pawn shop. It was a pawn shop.
Let me see
And
how
for
much
some
it's
reason we
going
went-
for.
For some reason, we went to a pawn shop and they had this section of N64 games, and they had a whole wrestling section. So I bought 2 ECW games because I had already had all the WWE games on the N64. So I bought 2 ECW games, and then the only WCW game that they had there was Backstage Assault. And I'm pretty sure this was like at least $199.
Is your cartridge blue?
Yeah.
Yep, then that's the one. Apparently it's only going for, from what I'm seeing, like between 12 to 20 bucks.
Bro, I got it for $199. like, there is no way I'm paying $20 for Backstage Assault. Fuck that shit, bro.
Jesus Christ. I want to see what did Chronic look like in the game.
We haven't even got to the review yet.
Dude, there's like no screenshots. Oh my god, that screenshot of Scott Steiner. What the fuck? Oh, the Goldberg. What the fuck? Oh my god. What the Oh, it's so bad. Like, bro, we gotta play this someday.
I wonder if I could run it on Parsec, if there's like an emulator to try to run it on Parsec eventually.
But, I suppose we should probably get to the review now.
Probably. Yeah, that'd be smart.
So, what was it that it started off with? Was it the fucking triple threat tag team match?
Yes.
So there was a lot, keep in mind, there was most of the matches on this show were fucking tag team matches. There was a lot of tag team matches on this show.
And handicap matches. Let's not forget that.
So the one it started off with was for the WCW tag team titles. It was the Boogie Nights of Alex Wright and Disco Inferno taking on the filthy animals of Billy Kidman and Conan for some reason. Wait, no, was it? No, it was Rey Mysterio. Conan was involved in the match though. And those two teams were also taking on the Natural Born Thrillers of Sean O'Hare and Mark Jindrak, or as you'll see in the thumbnail here, I've ever so wonderfully crafted these gems. I call them the Thrillers of the Galaxy. We have fucking we have fucking Mark Jindrax. We have Rocket O'Hare, Sean Grutsiak. We have fucking Nebul. We have fucking Yondash. We have Columbus. We have fucking Sandlord. We have fucking Remora. And I think that's it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so those are the Thrillers of the Galaxy. Oh man. And if you're wondering why there's like 6 or 7 stings in the thumbnail, we'll get to that later. But so yeah, we had the Natural Born Thrillers versus the Filthy Animals versus Boogie Nights for the tag titles. This is it was an alright triple threat tag team match. The Natural Born Thrillers won. Fucking, I guess out of everybody in the match, Sean O'Hare looked the most impressive out of everyone. And that was really it. At the end, Conan tried to fucking get involved, and then I shit you not, Mark Jindrak and Sean O'Hare start stomping on Conan's back, and then they say like Conan's back is severely injured and he needs medical attention, but then Conan had a match later in the show, so I don't fucking know. Oh my god.
Jesus.
What was the fucking next match?
Fucking.
Oh, it was the fucking hardcore match.
Yeah.
It's fucking the hardcore champion Reno taking on Sergeant AWOL of fucking the Misfits in Action. So, I mean, it was your typical fucking hardcore match. Nothing too fucking special. And fucking Reno ended up retaining the title. So, that was really about it. It was just a fucking shitty hardcore match. Fucking like there's not really much to say about it. It was just a shitty fucking hardcore match between Reno and Sergeant AWOL. Like no one really cared. Then after that we had the Natural Born Thrillers of Chuck Palumbo and Sean Stasiak versus Misfits in Action, Corporal Cajun, and Lieutenant Loco. And once again, just another tag team match that just was kind of boring and fucking not really much to say about it. It wasn't a super long match. Fucking Chuck Palumbo and Sean Stasiak lost because they're continuing the thing of Sean Stasiak wanting to be on his own, and fucking Coach Nash wasn't there tonight, unfortunately. But fucking bro, also, you know how sad that is? Literally like 2-3 weeks, 4 weeks before this show, Kevin Nash was world champion, and he went from in the month being world champion to being Coach Nash for the Natural Born Thrillers. Like, bro, literally when we watched the Triple Cage match, I'm pretty sure Kevin Nash was champion, or one of the Triple Cages. Fucking, and then now he's down to Coach Nash and doing shoot promos talking about Scott Hall. Like, but yeah, so then like immediately after that, they had like this promo with the Natural Born Thrillers, and then fucking so as I said in the first match, they said Conan's back was severely injured, but against all odds, up next we had a mixed tag team match of Conan and Tigress versus the franchise and Tori Wilson. And it started off as a handicap match, but Conan ended up coming into the match anyway. But I guess really the only notable thing about this match was that Tori Wilson was dressed up as Wonder Woman and fucking Mark Madden was losing his fucking mind over it. Which, by the way, Mark Madden was severely annoying once again.
Always is.
But fucking Conan and Tigress pick up the win because fucking Tori Wilson is just sitting there in the corner and Conan hits his finisher on Shane Douglas and he just pins him, and while Tori Wilson just stares and she doesn't even try to like break it up, and then that was it. Like once again, just another tag team match that just really had nothing special to it. But then we go from that
That's
to
how all these matches were, man.
we went from that to a match that Austin at least thought he was going to be the most excited for, but he missed most of it. The DNA First Blood match. David Flair versus Buff Bagwell. Now, I watched this whole match, and I will tell you, this was a short fucking match. And fucking...
Yeah, legitimately, I walked out to take a phone call, and I took the phone call about like 5, maybe 7 minutes, and come back, and the match is over.
Yep.
And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so the only notable things from this match was that they said that David Flair's finishing move was called the Blockbuster. And also, David Flair was wrestling in like a fucking black t-shirt and like mama jeans. And fucking Buff Bagwell pretty much just fucking kicked his ass. And Buff Bagwell defeated David Flair. And then right after that, for fucking no reason, Lex Luger comes out and starts beating up Buff Bagwell, and then he just gets out of the ring. I don't know what that was about. I don't know why they did that. But, so that happened.
I don't know, man. Like, we haven't even seen Buff Bagwell in, like, legitimate a month.
I don't fucking know, man. Like I said in the last review, like, this show is just like an acid trip. Like, every week just feels like it's a different month. Like, so much changes week to week to week. It's crazy. But, up next, we had the WCW Commissionership 3-round kickboxing match. Mike Sanders with Chuck Palumbo and Sean Stasiak versus Ernest the Cat Miller with Mrs. Jones. This was fucking boring. Pretty much, Ernest the Cat Miller was kicking Mike Sanders' ass for 3 rounds. And then fucking Shane Douglas got involved and fucking was brawling with Ernest the Cat Miller on the outside, and he caused Ernest the Cat Miller to get counted out, and Mike Sanders won. So now that means Mike Sanders is officially the commissioner of WCW. And fucking Mark Madden was fucking busting a nut over the fact that Mike Sanders won the match, and he was saying that Mike Sanders has so much heart and that he's a warrior and that he's a war horse. Like, Mark Madden was fucking sucking Mike Sanders' dick, bro.
Yeah, it was fucking ridiculous.
Like, bro, Mark Madden was fucking just running his mouth all over the show. He was just sucking people's dick left and right. You know, speaking of Mark Madden, I want to tell this story before I forget it, because this wacky thing happened today. I told Austin about it. So I'm driving over to a friend's house, right? And because there's a road closed, I have to go on a detour. So the detour takes me down through a bunch of back roads and back streets that I don't know where the fuck I am, right? So I'm driving past a couple of houses, and there's this one that has like a shitload of Halloween decorations outside. And so I fucking am driving past it, right? And they put a sign in their yard, and it said, if you want to listen to Halloween music, tune your radio station to 102.5. So I figured, fuck it, let's just see what happens. So I turn my car radio on, and I tune it to 102.5, and it's like this horrible quality at first, and I'm like not getting nothing, right? Then the signal comes in, and it's still very bad, keep in mind, but I shit you not, all I hear is, in very shitty quality, "What's up, everyone? It is Mark Madden here, and I'm here to talk about the NFL something, something, something." And I was like, nah, bro. That's not the same Mark Madden. And I'm sitting here driving, listening to this radio station, and legit, it's the same fucking Mark Madden from WCW, and he's talking about fucking NFL games and shit. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, why does Mark Madden have his own radio show? Like, why? In 2022, who listens to Mark Madden on the radio? Like, who the fuck? Like, what? Why? Why does Mark Madden still fucking run his mouth? Like, bro. I can't even imagine what Mark Madden looks like now, dude. He looked horrible back in 2000. I can't imagine what he looks like 22 years later.
I would hope he lost weight.
Fucking... Let's test
I mean,
that
if he
theory.
didn't lose weight, he would probably... No, I'm checking right now.
Okay. He probably looks fucking terrible.
Images? Oh, he's still fat as fuck.
So, how does he look terrible?
That's a blurry photo of him. There's a picture of him with Ric Flair and Terry Funk.
Jesus Christ. Is Terry Funk still alive, or did he die?
He's still alive.
Terry Funk is old as fuck. Did you send it?
Yeah, so...
Oh, no, I just got it. Is he Mark Madden the one in the middle?
Yeah.
Ew. God, he looks fucking old. Well, enough about Mark Madden. Let's get to the next fucking match, because fucking... we talk about Mark Madden so much on these fucking reviews. But, so next, we had just a random singles match. That 70s guy, Mike Awesome, versus Vampiro. And I didn't pay that much attention to this match, because I was working on the Thrillers of the Galaxy. So, what from this match, like, did you watch?
Let's see. Mike Awesome hit a powerbomb from the top rope and won. And there was one thing where they were fighting in the crowd for some reason, and then a fan headbutted Mike Awesome. And all three, like the referee, Mike Awesome, and Vampiro, started fucking kicking his ass.
Yeah, that wasn't the
He
only
started
instance with a fan on the
ass.
show. Because later in the world title match, they had another fucking instance with a fan, and the fan almost got killed by a roid rage Scott Steiner.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that, because that match was fucking wild, dude. I'm pretty sure Vampiro got injured in that match, too, because he had to be helped out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he landed on his neck on that with that power bomb.
But next we had WCW United States title 2-on-1 handicap match. Team Canada's Jim Duggan and Lance Storm with Major Guns versus General Rection. I didn't pay that much attention to this match.
It was fucking boring. Like, it was just a match, and I didn't care. Like,
the only thing
says something
go ahead.
when it says something when this thing that they were putting on free television. Like, they were putting on fucking, like, free television is more entertaining than their pay-per-views.
The only thing I remember from this match was I asked you where Major Guns fell on, like, the plastic, like, tier list. That's the only thing I can remember. That and Jim Duggan being really fucking old and out of shape.
Yeah, it wasn't good. Fucking, I'm hoping this is the end of the storyline of fucking General Rection and Lance Storm, because we've seen them fight like so many goddamn times. But fucking General Rection beat Lance Storm and Jim Duggan.
Yeah, and he did a fucking promo before this match where he was talking about how, like, General Rection was talking about, he's like, I'm gonna do it for the Misfits in Action. I'm gonna do it for Hugh Morris, and I'm gonna do it for Bill DeMott. And then he walked out, and I was like, why the fuck did he say that?
I don't even know.
Then after that, we had this long, fucking pointless match. Jeff Jarrett versus Sting. Why? Apparently, the why was because the whole match was based on the fact that Jeff Jarrett said that Sting didn't have enough heart for the business anymore. This match was so fucking boring up until the point where a fucking imposter Sting showed up. And then Sting hits him with a scorpion death drop on the stage. And then he goes back to fight, and then Jeff Jarrett attacks him. And then they go back to fighting in the ring. And then all of a sudden, well, that imposter Sting was wearing green. So then all of a sudden, another imposter Sting comes out wearing pink. And Sting fucking scorpion death drops him too. And then Jeff Jarrett attacks him. And then a couple minutes later, a fucking Wolfpack Sting comes out, and Sting scorpion death drops him, and then Jeff Jarrett fucking attacks him. And then just when you think that was it for the imposter Stings, Sting put Jeff Jarrett in a fucking scorpion deathlock, and then, I shit you not, a fucking hole comes up through the ring, and a fucking crow Sting comes up through the hole, and Sting just immediately starts beating this guy's ass, but he pulls Sting down into the hole. And then next thing we know, like a minute later, Sting comes back up through the hole with the imposter, and this dude has blood all over his face. I don't know what Sting did to fuck him up, but he fucked him up.
Yeah.
And then
fucking...
Oh, go ahead.
He throws him out, and then another fucking Sting pops up from... Like, the lights go out, and we're just like, what the fuck now? And then fucking another imposter Sting from the rafters goes down, zip lines down, and Sting is just like, at this point, he's just laughing at this point. He's like, what the fuck, dude? And then he fucking beats his ass to where he knocks his fucking wig off, and then Scorpion Death drops him through the fucking announce table.
Yeah, and the guy that was playing that Crow Sting was bald, and when he got put through the table, his fucking wig came off, so, like, the camera showed his bald spot, and the dude had to, like, put his hands on his head to cover his baldness. And then fucking Jeff, fucking... I'm trying to remember what happened. I think fucking Sting went to hit Jeff Jarrett with the
Sting goes
guitar.
back in.
Oh, go ahead.
No, yeah, okay. So what happened was Sting went back in, went for the Scorpion Death Drop again. The bloody up Sting hit Sting with the guitar,
Yeah.
and then Sting got right back up, fucked him up, and then Jeff Jarrett hit Sting with another guitar. 1, 2, 3.
Jeff Jarrett fucking beat Sting. And so I guess that shows that Sting doesn't have the heart anymore. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Oh, but that wasn't don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen, that wasn't the last of Jeff Jarrett that we were gonna see on this show. Also,
No.
keep in mind, throughout this whole show, they had this ongoing story about how fucking apparently like Goldberg wasn't cleared to compete and he was supposed to be facing Chronic, and they kept having these segments where Chronic was talking about how Goldberg wasn't cleared to compete, so they might as well call off the match and shit, and the whole show was like everybody wondering if Goldberg was going to be cleared to compete. And fucking so the next match was probably the most entertaining match on the show. Fucking, this was supposed to be the main event, but they changed it, and that's going to be important here in a second, because next was the WCW World Championship match between Booker T and Scott Steiner. Now, first of all, they once again had fucking Michael Buffer as the announcer, and I told Austin, I'm like, bro, they just gonna like have Michael Buffer announce the main event of every single fucking pay-per-view or something? Like, what the fuck? And then Booker T comes out, he gets announced, and then we hear Scott Steiner's theme start. But there's no Scott Steiner to be found. Then the camera goes backstage, and Scott Steiner walks up to the music guy, and he's like, "Why the hell are you playing my music?" And the guy's like, "You gotta go out there right now, your match is right now." And Scott Steiner was like, "No, it's not. I want to be in the main event tonight. What is this crap?" And then the guy was like, "You gotta go out right now." And I shit you not, Scott Steiner grabs the fuck out of this guy and slams him down and starts choking him. So this fucking guy is sitting there getting choked by Scott Steiner, and he's fucking threatening to punch the guy, and his fucking, what is Scott Steiner's fucking valet's name?
I think Medeja, I believe.
Yeah, so Medeja fucking tells him not to do it, and fucking, so then Scott Steiner just pretty much just says, "Alright, whatever, fuck it," and starts making his entrance. And I don't know why they didn't save the Tiger for the pay-per-view. I don't know why they did it on the Nitro before this, but, you know, fucking
No
WCW. So, Scott Steiner comes out, and so him and Booker T start having this match. And at first, it's kind of just like slow and boring. Scott Steiner is completely roided up to another fucking level. And so there's one spot on the outside where I don't know what fucking happened, but all we see is Scott Steiner trying to jump the barricade, and the security and shit is holding him back. Apparently, he almost got in an altercation with a fan, and Scott Steiner like pushes the security out of the way and starts going into the crowd, but then he just comes back. So someone almost got fucked up by a fucking roid rage Scott Steiner. So then him and Booker T are fighting on the outside, and he puts Booker T through the announce table that Stevie Ray, Mark Madden, and Tony Schiavone are at. And I shit you not, he fucking puts Booker T through the table, and then Scott Steiner starts talking shit to Stevie Ray, and he was like, that's your little brother, boy. And and Stevie Ray was looking at him like angrily, and Scott Steiner was like, "What are you gonna do about it, you bitch motherfucker?" And then Stevie Ray was just sitting there, and then Scott Steiner was like, "Yeah, that's right. You're not gonna do nothing because you're a bitch." And then he fucking got back in the ring. Like, I don't know what Scott Steiner was on, bro. At this time, the fucking. So this wasn't even the most wild part. So Booker T gets back in the ring. They start going back and forth. Booker T fucking tries to go for a top rope dive, and it gets all fucked up by Madeja. And so fucking he hits a scissors kick on Scott Steiner, but doesn't get the pin, and he gets fucked over. And so what happens is fucking Scott Steiner basically Madeja hands him a steel pipe, and he hits Booker T with the steel pipe, and fucking so Scott Steiner immediately, like, the ref starts getting in Scott Steiner's face. Now, if you're the fucking ref and you see a roided out, angry Scott Steiner with a steel pipe, my last thought would be to get in Scott Steiner's face and try to take the pipe from him. So
He fucking, oh god. Scott Steiner fucking, I swear to you, he sits there and knocks the fuck out of this referee with the steel pipe. Like, hits him right in the fucking face.
dude, Scott Steiner, like, legit, he swung at this ref's head like he was trying to get a home run at the World Series. Like,
hey, you remember that fucking, like, I don't even watch The Walking Dead, but you know that clip of Negan when he fucking hits him with the baseball bat?
yeah.
That's how fucking Scott Steiner was swinging, dude.
Dude, like, the ref tried to take it off of him, and Scott Steiner just looked at him, and he like winded up like he was going for a fucking World Series shot, and my man just slugged the ref right in the fucking forehead with the steel pipe, and the referee like flew back, and then he just laid out. Dude did not move the rest of the show. He was out, bro. Scott Steiner like legitimately might have fucking killed a referee. And then, like, it wasn't
there was
even
no hesitation
and
whatsoever.
It didn't even end there, because once that happened, all these fucking referees and officials starts getting in the ring, and Scott Steiner just starts beating people up with the fucking lead pipe, just left and right. He's just whacking people with the lead pipe, just taking everybody down, and Scott Steiner can't be stopped. And then he
he goes to Booker T on the outside and, like, injures his leg, and then fucking Jeff Jarrett breaks character, and he's like, Scott, please. He's like, stop, Scott. He's like, you can tell he's breaking character, because he's like, God damn, Scott, stop. Like, stop it. And Scott's just not having it. He's fucking raising his hand like he won and shit. He keeps hitting people. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and then I don't understand what happened here, because all these officials are out there and they're all yelling at Scott Steiner, and then all of a sudden, like, they just start playing Scott Steiner's music, and I guess the match was called off. I don't know. And Scott Steiner just starts walking away, and that referee's still fucking unconscious, just laying there, dude. He did not move.
He ends up being the world champion by the end of the year, by the way.
I know. Oh, God, dude. Like, it's already bad enough that we saw him put fucking Beetlejuice in the Steiner recliner. But now fucking this, bro. Just completely Louisville sluggered that ref right in the fucking forehead, dude. With a fucking pipe. Like, do you know how dangerous that is? Like, right in the fucking forehead. In the middle of his forehead with a fucking steel pipe. That could have legitimately killed that referee. And Scott Steiner didn't fucking care, bro. No hesitation. Just fucking BAM! That ref was fucking out, dude. he fucking hit him like he was a fucking curveball. So after that, they immediately cut to a promo because they probably had to get some fucking medical attention for that ref because that motherfucker was not moving. And so they start playing this fucking Chronic promo with this ugly green color, and they are like going over the story of how this match came to be with Chronic and Goldberg, and then fucking so the main event of this show, keep in mind at this point there was only like maybe like 7 minutes left of the show. So fucking Chronic comes out and all you fucking hear is fucking and then fucking they come out and they get in the ring and fucking I don't remember if it was Brian Adams or Brian Clark, but one of them started cutting a promo, and they're talking about how Goldberg hasn't been cleared to compete, and that there is going to be no main event, and the crowd was chanting Goldberg, and they're like, you can chant Goldberg as loud as you want, he's not coming out here, he's not cleared to wrestle. And then he started telling the referees, like, so you might as well just call this match off right now, just play our music and raise our hand. And they start playing their music, and they raise their hand, and then it cuts backstage, and we see this guy like going up to these officials, and he's like, oh, Goldberg's been cleared, and then they go to his locker room and they tell him, and then immediately it cuts into Goldberg's entrance, and at this point there's legitimately like fucking 4 minutes and Goldberg is making his entrance. And so the match starts, and at this point there's literally like 2 minutes left, and the match starts, and they start kicking Goldberg's ass, and then they start going to the outside, and then like the next thing I know, fucking Brian Clark or Brian Adams, whichever one, was setting up a fucking table spot in the corner, and Austin was like, we don't have time for a fucking table spot right now. And immediately fucking Brian Clark gets fucking speared through the table by Goldberg, and then like they were all acting like the match was over, and this weird thing happened where the referee wasn't ending the match, and Goldberg was like, what are you doing? And then fucking the commentators were like, well, I guess he has to defeat both members of Chronic. So then Brian Adams gets back in the ring, and he tries to fucking do like a submission on Goldberg or something, and then does like an Irish whip, and then he gets speared 1, 2, 3, and Goldberg fucking jobs out Chronic in the fucking main event of Halloween Havoc. Like, what the fuck was this show? Like, the only entertaining thing was fucking Scott Steiner fucking beaming a referee in the head with a steel pipe. How is that the most entertaining thing on this show? Like, what would have happened if, legitimately, what would have happened if fucking Jeff Jarrett wouldn't have stopped Scott Steiner? Like,
I don't know. He probably would have murdered somebody.
Someone would have fucking died. That referee might have died. I don't know.
He probably would have fucking head for that fan. Try to find that fan again.
God, you imagine like you're in the crowd and you just like talk some shit to Scott Steiner, and next thing you know, fucking roided out, roid rage, pissed off Scott Steiner with a steel pipe is charging at you through the crowd. Like, what the fuck do you do?
Dude, I could just see him with a lead pipe just fucking running towards that area, and then fucking jumping the barricade and just smacking that fan with a fucking steel pipe.
Dude, they wouldn't have been able to do nothing, because when he did it the first time, he literally just shoved the security out of the way and jumped the barricade. So there was nothing stopping Scott Steiner from assaulting that fan if he really wanted to.
WCW would have been fucked. Like, they would have been even more fucked than they already were. Like, they would have been screwed.
Imagine,
the
like,
amount
Scott
of
Steiner
lawsuits that would have...
Imagine Scott Steiner just goes in the crowd and just starts beaming random heads in the random fans in the head with the steel pipe. Like he's just going through the crowd and just it doesn't matter, women, children, he's just fucking whacking people in the head with the steel pipe, and you just see bodies dropping and Scott Steiner just charging through the crowd, just taking people down left and right.
Oh god, I can just imagine that elderly woman from like the fucking Mike Awesome match just sitting there, and he just fucking whacks her in the fucking right in the fucking temple.
Yeah, and there's like, imagine there's like fucking just someone in a wheelchair in the crowd, and Scott Steiner just looks at him and just fucking hits him.
Imagine fucking like they're just fucking women with fucking infants in their hands and shit, and he fucking just hits the woman with the fucking infant and hits the infant with the fucking.
Bro, I could just picture Scott Steiner like telling the woman to throw the baby up, and he's just like batter up and fucking beams that bitch in the crowd like fucking Lita's baby.
Fucking 60.
He would have fucking Babe Ruth that fucking kid. Like, what would have stopped Scott Steiner from doing that? And then fucking like, what if he would have walked over to like the Nitro Girls area and just fucking like hit the Nitro Girls in the head? Like, who was gonna stop Scott Steiner? Like who?
Imagine. He puts fucking goddamn one of the Nitro Girls in the cage. He just fucking like throws the fucking cage off the fucking stage and shit.
Jesus Christ, bro! Like no one was stopping.
Man, I
would
have loved if he would have fucking lamped Mark Madden. If he would have fucking just laid out Mark Madden, then that would have been great.
Speaking of Mark Madden, there was one part where after the announce table was broke, they showed Mark Madden standing up. Oh my god, he is so obese. Or at least he was at that time. Bro was literally built like Fat Albert. Like, dude was so fucking obese, bro.
Bro looked like he fucking sit there and lived off Mountain Dews and Twinkies for fucking just like that's what he looked like he ate.
Jesus Christ.
Drink.
Oh my god, bro. Like genuinely, what if you're fucking like Vince Russo and like all the other executives like backstage, and you're just watching like Scott Steiner just assault all these people? Like, what's going through your mind? Like, what are you supposed to do when you're sending out all these security and referees and Scott Steiner's just fucking whacking people in the head and knocking people out, and like no one's able to stop him? Like, what the like, bro. Oh my fucking.
There's just nothing you can do. At that point, you're just fucked.
Oh.
You're actually just fucked, dude.
Oh my fucking.
There's no way.
God.
There's actually no way. There is no way I would even get close to a Scott Steiner like that. That's fucked, dude. It reminds me of when he fucking, that fucking redhead referee that they have? It reminds me when he was fucking in that match with General Erection and he fucking threw him across the ring. Like, that's what it reminds me of. Oh god, but that being said, that was fucking Halloween Havoc. Besides the Scott Steiner shit, it was pretty fucking boring. Oh.
Bro, I'm making something right now. I'm gonna send it to you in a second.
Oh god, did you fucking turn Scott Steiner into Babe Ruth?
No, even worse.
Oh no. Did you turn him into Negan?
Perhaps.
No.
I'm trying to fucking put it together. I'm trying to fucking make it fit. Scott Steiner's fucking head is so fucking big and meaty.
Jesus Christ.
almost done. It's gonna be in the fucking thumbnail.
Great.
Oh, bro, that's perfect. I'm about to send this to you. I give you Scott Steiner as Negan.
No. Oh my fucking god, it's perfect.
Oh.
Jesus
Christ. Well, I hope everyone is having a fucking happy Halloween. If you if you're going out trick-or-treating this Halloween and you have if your costume includes a baseball bat or a pipe or anything like that, please don't go around and fucking beam people in the head like Scott Steiner.
Please don't.
like, oh my god, dude. I can't believe what Scott Steiner was doing. Oh, Scott Steiner, even though it was fucked up, Scott Steiner fucking saved the show from being completely terrible. But, yeah. That was fucking Halloween Havoc. Hope everyone has a fucking happy Halloween. I gotta play this one more time. Fuck. Oh my god. What a fucking night to watch Scott Steiner. Alright, I'm gonna play this out. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching this review of WCW Halloween Havoc from 2000. This was, I don't think we mentioned this, this was the final Halloween Havoc that they ever did. This is the last one, and what a fucking way to go out. Do you realize that this means the last ever Halloween Havoc match was Goldberg versus Chronic? Bro, just think about that. That was the last ever Halloween Havoc match.
I don't want to think about Chronic. That, man.
Bro, you realize even if the Scott Steiner match would have been the main event, then that would have meant the last ever Halloween Havoc match would be Scott Steiner fucking assaulting people with a pipe. So it would have been fucked either way. I'm surprised Scott Steiner didn't fucking
Goldberg.
I'm surprised fucking Scott Steiner didn't just fucking beam Michael Buffer in the fucking face. Like, where the fuck? Michael Buffer must have got the hell out of Dodge after that. He probably fucking, once Scott Steiner picked up that pipe and hit the ref, he probably got the hell out of Dodge.
Probably. Jesus.
But thank you for watching our review of Halloween Havoc, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everyone has a happy Halloween, and we are going to get back to the podcast.
I'm just waiting on when is Freddy gonna get his turn again? When is Jason gonna get his turn again? We've seen like 3 remakes of Leatherface in the past 5 years.
Oh, it's because New Line doesn't want to do shit. Especially when it comes to Freddy, at least it's because New Line doesn't want to do shit. They're too busy with their It TV series and their fucking Conjuring universe. Fuck you, New Line. I fucking really hate New Line so much because after they fucked up Freddy the first time, they won't do shit with him now. And it's like, what the fuck, dude?
So why are you screaming? I haven't even cut you yet.
Here's the thing, I'm probably like the only dude who likes that movie.
I fucking hate it, dude.
I
For
haven't seen
some
that movie in
reason,
a long time.
for some reason, I don't think it's a movie. If it's Halloween time, for sure. If it's on TV, like if I go on like sometimes I'll look up. I'll just watch live TV while I'm playing a game or whatever. And especially around this time of year on AMC, they're always playing Halloween movies or just horror movies. If that's on, I'm like, okay, I can watch it.
I mean, I
I don't
think
mind
it's
it.
the reason it pisses me off the most is because my favorite movie of all time is the original Nightmare on Elm Street. So I really hate the remake so much, dude. Like it's
Extremely, I haven't even to see yet. I like that Freddy. I thought it wasn't. He's not better than Robert Englund, of course, but I think he's kind of I don't know. He had a little. He's a nice. If I can't have Robert Englund, if I can have him, I'm like, all right, I can handle him. He's cool. He's not terrible.
I
Or
really don't
speaking
want
of
to get on that
speak,
fucking topic.
speaking of Freddy, like Tony, you remember how like fucking it was almost like every time we would hang out, like if we somehow like made the mistake of turning on the Sci-Fi channel, like they would always be playing Freddy versus Jason like all the time.
Yeah, I
Right.
just watched the movie again recently. That movie's not good.
I just remember like every time we would either like scroll past Sci-Fi or like change to Sci-Fi, they'd be playing Freddy versus Jason. They'd be doing that shit in like June, and we're like, why? Like, why are they randomly playing Freddy versus Jason?
See, now you want to know what Sci-Fi does now for Halloween time?
What?
This is very relevant to Tony. Fast and the Furious.
Oh God. Wait, so
Uh,
do they? Wait, why do they? Why would they play Fast and Furious at
I don't
Halloween
know
time?
because I was scrolling just to see if there was anything because there wasn't anything on AMC that I wanted to watch around the time. So I was like, okay, it's October. Let's see if Sci-Fi has anything on. And no, Fast 7. Then next, The Fate and the Furious. Then next, Fast 9. And I'm like, bro.
I can check right now. Right now, Friday the 13th Part 2 is on AMC. And on Sci-Fi. Let me see.
Bro,
It's
if
gonna be
it's
the most
Fast and
random shit.
Furious,
I'm telling you.
Ghost Rider. I guess Ghost Rider fits Halloween in a way.
Man, I don't know. Fucking. They were playing random shit too. Like, I'm pretty sure one day I checked on Sci-Fi again and they were playing Hunger Games. And I'm like, okay, but it's October. Like,
they need to play the
Some
real good horror films like the Sharknado franchise.
ah.
Tomorrow they'll be playing. Sci-Fi will be playing
Freddy vs. Jason.
Brightburn. Brightburn wasn't a bad movie.
I like
Uh,
Brightburn.
mid mid-century. I don't know what that is. Hellfest. Jigsaw. Leatherface. I don't know which one, but Leatherface. Purge election year.
I
Chucky.
mean, at least they're actually going towards
Hitman.
Halloween stuff.
I've kind of learned what AMC does now. When it's time for Halloween time, it's like okay, Halloween 1, 4, and 5, maybe Chucky, Halloween 1 and 4 and 5 again.
Why do they always skip out on Halloween 2? I don't understand why.
I think it's a licensing issue.
I always wondered that.
Oh God, at least we don't watch Freeform. Got Freeform Ghostbusters 2016. Why?
Oh
Why that Ghostbuster specifically?
Bro, Tony, I remember, like, I think it was like one of the first times you ever like stayed at my house, and it was when the AMC Fear Fest was on,
and they were playing like all the Halloween movies. I remember when we went to bed, I think like Halloween 4 was on, and then I remember the next morning you told me you're like so something really weird happened, and I was like what? And you're like I woke up right, and I look at the TV, and all I see is Busta Rhymes saying, "Burn, Michael, burn."
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
I remember at first, like the beginning, the first time I saw Resurrection, like the beginning, it was like my first time seeing Resurrection. And the beginning was like, I thought it was cool, and then the rest of the movie is like, man, what the fuck is this?
Oh,
The beginning
Yeah.
had so much promise, though.
I always
yeah.
remember the scene where fucking like Michael and Busta Rhymes are like about to fight, and then Busta Rhymes is just like, "Hi-ya!" and kicks him out the fucking window.
Oh,
I
God
was like,
damn it. You're just giving
Bro,
me
the first-
bad flashbacks.
the first time I ever saw that, I couldn't believe that actually happened. And then I found out that movie was in theaters. I was like, bro, they had that happen in theaters.
Yeah, that was Michael's Jason X moment.
He said, you can't play Michael Myers. I'm playing Michael Myers. They come out here and see us dressed up in the same shit. It's gonna ruin the whole effect. Go on, scoot, skedaddle.
I hate Resurrection so much.
And then, yeah, it makes no sense why he's just like, oh okay.
That movie for me is just laughably bad. Like, it's a movie I can watch, just laugh at it.
It's the Jason X movie.
Yeah.
I think Jason X is better than that movie, actually.
I mean,
Yeah, Jason X is a
pretty,
guilty pleasure
yeah,
movie
it's
for
pretty
me.
good, actually. Especially the kills in it.
Yeah. But, yeah. Halloween franchise as a whole is, he has his hit and misses for sure.
Right,
Yeah,
you remember
definitely.
when we were in school, we tried to come up with that whole, like, Halloween, like, fan theory shit?
I still think that makes sense. If like they were to do something like that, I still like love the idea of like, well, because so it all started with like Freddy vs. Jason. Well, actually, it actually all started when I saw this fan film of Freddy versus like everybody. He ends up fighting Michael
Oh,
at first, and then he ends up fighting Jason Leatherface, and then he like Hellraiser comes from hell, and he's like, I've been looking for you, and so like it turns out that he's been sending Leatherface and Michael and Jason after Freddy to like bring him back to hell, and I was just like, that'd be so cool if in a way they are kind of connected, and then when the whole thing with like in Cult where it said that like Michael was in this cult type thing, like he's actually possessed by like a cult and a demon. I was like, that'd be cool. Like, what if that's why Jason is always still alive too? Like, I don't know. I had this whole thing of like Jason's mom was in this cult, and like that's why Jason keeps coming back alive, and like I had it all figured
yeah.
out that like they're all connected. I thought it'd be a cool idea.
Where I remember you showed me, like, that fan film, and I remember the specific part you showed me. You're like, you gotta watch this part, and it was like the part where Freddy was fighting Jason, and like Jason did something to Freddy. I forget what it was, and Freddy, if Freddy was just like motherfucker or
Yeah,
some shit like that.
I want to find that. I'm about to find that.
And
What
then
is that?
I think when he was fighting Michael, Michael pulled out the knife, and Freddy was like, he says something about like uh same old like same old shit or something like that, and then
Yeah,
Michael like put the knife down and started like fighting him.
yeah, yeah. Because it was weird. Like in the beginning, he was like talking to, he was like, "All you care about is that stupid pumpkin."
Yeah, I remember that.
I have to find it and send a link to y'all because it's actually pretty entertaining. Have you seen the new Hellraiser?
I watched it.
Austin has.
I actually
I
reviewed
haven't.
it. I thought it was decent for what it was. It surprised me a lot more than anything because I thought it was gonna be shit. So
Yeah, decent. Decent is about where I put it. It's just it's not bad. Um,
It's only on Hulu, isn't it?
yeah,
yeah.
I don't have Hulu.
You know, no websites, buddy. I sent you links.
Oh yeah, I did find this website. It's called Billy, and they have like they have like movies on there for free, like any movie you could think of. Like people upload like Netflix shows and shit on there. Maybe
PlayStation listening to this going, oh really?
I
I heard PlayStation listens to like the conversations now or something like that.
I wonder if that's what happened with fucking Showbox. Since I don't think that Showbox is a thing anymore, is it?
No, but like, I
no,
mean that's kind of that kind of what happens to like all websites like that. Like they come and go. Like one gets taken down, a new one pops up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
This is crazy because I'm like with movies, I guess I kind of get how they could like upload it on there, but I was always confused. Like, how do they get like Netflix shows and shit on there? Like, how do they like get that off of Netflix?
Um, I don't know. I would just assume they like kind of stream it. I don't know. I don't know what
Unless
they do.
they like screen record it or something. I don't know, or maybe stream it,
I mean,
possibly.
in a way they're hacking, so
Yeah,
I guess you know maybe movies it might be a little bit harder, but for something that's just streamable, I'm assuming it's probably not that hard to just somehow download something that's streamable and upload it.
yeah, true.
yeah.
Because I seen like on the Billy thing, people were putting like the full like seasons of Stranger Things and shit on there. Oh yeah, Tony, what's your thoughts on them doing a Stranger Things season 5? I'm curious what your thoughts are.
I mean, I kind of knew when I had seen stuff even before I finished the season that I was seeing headlines that they were making season 5. But it also kind of made sense because people were saying like Vecna wasn't the main guy. Like they were saying that in Dungeons and Dragons, the main villain is this dragon, and so because they kind of already hinted at that, like in Dungeons and Dragons, the main villain is this dragon. That maybe the next season 5 will do the same thing, where for some reason Dungeons and Dragons is like really connect the same thing. I mean, I guess it's not. They call Vecna just he's a villain in Dungeons and Dragons. Like that's not his real name. They just
Hmm.
connected. Um,
Yeah.
but I'm assuming that season 5 is gonna be this giant dragon, which I'm fine with. I mean, the shows are fine. Um, I like it. A little long here, sometimes here and there, but overall, I
What do
like
you
the
think?
show.
What do you think about season 5 centering around Will?
So,
Will.
oh God! All right, I might have to watch them.
Tony hates Will.
I do. He's the biggest bitch character on the show.
You should have seen him in Hoobie
Like,
Halloween. He was even more of a
first of
pussy than
all,
that.
when I first watched it on season 2, I was like, kill this kid. Like, he got possessed in the first season. Alright, now you get possessed again, and that way you get possessed again, you working with the ops and you getting people killed. Nah, you gotta die. You gotta die. You gotta die. Like you keep getting every single time you touch the back of your neck. Like I'm punching you in the face. Like you just gotta die. Like why are they still friends with this dude? He's like no, no, no. Kill this kid. And then in season 3, he crying because his friends get bitches and he ain't get nothing. He want to see that they get clubhouse and break the clubhouse up because don't want to play the board game. Then this season he crying because his best friend, mind you, like, do you know how weird that is? He weirdo. Like, y'all supposed to be friends. He's crying because his best friend don't have feelings for him. Boy, you are weird. Y'all supposed to be friends. Why are you looking at your friend like that? Nah. Like, alright, you gay. Nothing wrong with being gay. But why are you looking at your supposed friend like that? Like, gonna cry in the window. People getting on. I forget what's the other main character's name.
What?
Are you
Which
talking
one?
about Mike?
Mike. Yeah, people were getting on. How could Mike not hear him crying? I don't want to hear that little bitch crying either. Like, why are you like, dude? Just no. He always crying about something. Everybody, the whole rest of the cast is just like, yeah, we gonna grow up sometime. We got our own life. He the only one who getting possessed, crying over dumb shit because he can't get no bitches. Like, no, he's just getting my dumbest haircut. Like, he's a trash character to me. I can't stand him. Get him out of here. I want him dead. I want him dead in season 2. They will. I hope if this is, I want him to kill him. If he's the main focus of the season, all right, make him the main focus for a couple episodes. Have him die off. They ain't gonna do it. They don't got the balls because he's gay, and we live in the day and age we live in. And if they kill him off, oh, you're Netflix homophobic. So just no.
Oh god, I would love to see you and my sister in a room because she loves Will.
I bet she do. I bet all women do, of course, for some dumbass reason. But because he's gay, that's what it is.
Oh god.
Oh, he's one of us. Fuck him out here. I can't stand that character. I cannot stand. He's the only him, and I ain't gonna lie. I don't really care for what's his face either.
What's his face?
The dude with the weird mouth and teeth.
Dustin.
Yeah, I don't really care about that.
He's a weird mouth and teeth.
Damn, Tony.
I mean, he cool. He cooler than Will, but I don't really care for him either. He be getting on my nerves sometimes, but I don't know. He cool. He cool sometimes.
Fucking.
So you crying because you get no bitches.
He just be crying like.
Well, it doesn't help that he has a bowl cut.
Where's hair is just trash. Get him out of here. I want him dead. I want him dead today.
Jesus Christ.
What did you think about the Eddie Munson character? Because a lot of people were upset that he died.
I mean, I got spoiled. Like, cause when these shows come out, like you go on Twitter and people are already posting this. So I had already seen like people were talking about Eddie and a couple of the characters who died in the season. They were all gone too soon. So I already knew he was gonna die. So I didn't really have any emotional attachment to him because like I already got spoiled that like he was gonna die. But I thought his ending was pretty cool. I mean, he got to go out like playing a really cool rock song that I like, and he was a character for what he was, and he served his purpose.
Cause I saw people, they were like really upset that Eddie died, and they were saying like somehow that Eddie's gonna come back in season 5 and shit, and like I mean I wouldn't be surprised if he was though, cause like they didn't even have the balls to kill off Max, so
Nah, they said
like
she's pretty much Helen
Oh,
Keller at this point right now.
well, I
But
mean,
not
it
death.
made sense why they didn't kill her off. I mean, I think it would have been very ballsy if they would have killed her off. But like, I kind of figured she's the main character. Like main characters ain't gonna die. Like it's Netflix and yeah,
But
like get it. They're cutting people
but
off at the
Tony,
same time. It's,
Will's the main character.
Fuck him though.
That's the one. That's the one exception you'd make as well.
Yeah, he's the one exception where I don't care. Kill him off.
That's the thing about Stranger Things is, like, now they got so many characters that there's like 15 main characters. Like, they're more of like a main group, I guess. So I don't know if they're gonna really ever kill any of them off, but I don't think they will. I've seen some people saying they're like I think that they're gonna kill 11 in season 5, and some people saying they think that that Will's gonna die in season 5. I don't know.
I will say I didn't like the way they went with 11's story that season. I thought it was like cool to. There was some cool informational stuff, especially with Vecna but I don't know. Overall, I didn't care for it. Whenever they did the whole thing about her being with the whole Papa thing, and I didn't care for it.
Yeah. That part of the season to me just felt like it was dragging, and they were just kind of like, I was just kind of like, all right, like this is cool, but like, can we like move this on a bit?
Yeah.
Like season 4 was so fucking long to get through, especially like the last episode being 2.5 hours long. That shit was like pretty much a fucking movie.
Yeah, they definitely gotta like, I don't know, tone it down, or I mean, I don't know. I like it that they're a little bit longer because sometimes I watch some of these Marvel shows and they'll be like only 9 episodes, but they're only 30 minutes. So I'm just like, God damn it! If we just have more time with these characters, maybe I could like them more. Mostly with She-Hulk, I'm talking about, or Moon Knight. But yeah, it was definitely long, but. For me, at the time and place when I was watching it, I was cool with the binge. It was a long binge because it is very long, but I don't know because I guess I'd rather have see these characters. I'd rather the series be long, and I get to know these characters longer and get to know their ups and downs and stuff like that. Than rather be shorter and I complain that I didn't get to see them enough. So.
Yeah.
Except for Will.
He said, "Fuck that bitch."
Y'all don't want to play Dungeons and Dragons with me? No.
Oh man.
We getting pussy over here.
Oh my god.
Will, I made this painting for you. Do you like it? Yeah, good. I'm gonna cry and make it all about me. Bro, no one likes you. Your short shorts, that even for whatever time period this is, ain't nobody else wearing shorts like that but you. Fruit boy, just ain't nothing wrong with being gay. Just come out the, I don't know, get in my hair and stuff. I can't take it.
He said, just get him out of here.
Dumbest haircut I've ever seen. Who did his hair? Tony's homophobic. No, I just. It's just him.
Tony's gonna be the next JD from New York on fucking on Twitter once this comes out.
Tony's homophobic. He doesn't. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the tweet what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He doesn't like Quincy Elliott. Oh, he must be racist. He's racist and homophobic. Fuck off.
Quincy Elliott, man. He actually fucking tweeted at JD from New York, too.
Senpai, people need to touch grass.
Let me actually see what it was.
Yo, you need to go to the pussy. How about that? Tell me you
Oh my fucking god!
Oh my god.
that's why your stomach portraying like that. Sucking on them sausages all day. Damn.
Holy shit.
I'm surprised he's gay. Like, I mean, he shouldn't even know what a sausage looks like. He can't see his own.
Oh my god.
Maybe that's what it is. He can't see his own, so he's gay, so he can see other ones. You gotta see something, like, he can't see his own, right? God. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be hating on him like that. It's Will's fault. I'm thinking, bro, it's just Will started this whole thing. I'm sorry.
It's Will's fault.
It is. I have this anger all because of Will. Like,
Jesus Christ.
I've seen like one or two things put daily. I don't even know why I'm calling him like that. That's my fault.
Jesus fucking Christ. He said it's Will's fault.
It is.
You just went at fucking Quincy Elliott, and you're just gonna blame it on Will. What the fuck?
Because I wasn't even mad. Quincy Elliott didn't even do nothing that bad. It has nothing. That whole little rant had nothing really to do about him. He didn't really do. I don't even watching this. I'm watching NXT like that, so it's not his fault that it's just Will. Will set the gay community back 5 years.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna be canceled in like 20 years, by the way. Yeah, the internet's not gonna like this one.
He said, okay, so Quincy Elliott said, some of y'all have never touched grass or ass, and it shows.
Yeah, I know he ain't talking.
He also tweeted again. He quote tweeted JD from NY, and he said, "Too much melanin for you, buddy."
See, here we go. But see, so as a, do I want to get into this?
Oh god, people are calling JD from NY the Keemstar of the wrestling scene.
But see, so this is what makes me mad. Like even as a black person, so you can't. It's this stuff where it's like you can't have an opinion without it automatically being like, oh, you're racist or you're homophobic. No, I just don't like your character. Your character is stupid. It doesn't make sense. As a wrestler, I don't enjoy that character. Like it's not like it has nothing to do with being like. If someone said, "Hey, I don't like the Goldust stuff," or if someone says, "I didn't like the Orlando Jordan stuff in TNA" or whatever like that, it doesn't make them homophobic. It's just this isn't for me. And Twitter being a public space, I can tweet, make a comment on things I like and what I dislike. If I praise everything that everybody else likes, oh, it's or you like it, I like it, yay! Oh, but the second I say I dislike this, oh, you're homophobic, you're racist, you're this, you're that. Oh, but if I said I liked it, oh, like it's just stupid. Like, and as a black person, I hate that shit. There's times where it's racist and it should be called out for and whatever like that. But not everything is. If someone says, "Hey, I don't like this segment," it didn't do anything for me. Nothing about race was brought up. Nothing about sexuality was brought up. Just saying, "Hey, I didn't like this segment. It wasn't for me." You're racist. You're homophobic. You don't like melanin. You gotta touch grass. You gotta touch, bro. When was the last time you touched anything with your sausage fingers? was the last time you touched a treadmill?
Oh my
When's the last time you seen a
god.
treadmill? How you fit into your suit is phenomenal.
Jesus Christ.
Alright, let me not. I just can't see. But yeah,
Well,
I hate stuff like that.
well, Tony seems to want to change the subject, so I will change it to my canceled segment of this week of who got canceled this time. Boy in a band. I don't know if I know Devin knows a boy in the band. I don't know if you do, Tony. He did some songs with iDubbbz and PewDiePie before. He got exposed recently for being an abuser and a groomer, which that's great.
I'm pretty sure, isn't he like isn't he? I think he's British, right?
He is British, yes.
And I know he has like super fucking long hair, like way longer than mine is.
Yeah. I think
I
he,
mean,
I remember. Oh, go ahead.
what is a groomer? Like, nah, I'm not asking literally, but the way this generation uses that word is a new word that people figured out what that
well,
word is now, right? So they just use those words for everything. So like, how old was he and how old was she?
he was. Let me see. Let me go back to the actual post real quick. The archive post, because it was deleted by the admin, which is Boy in the Band himself. So that's not really too much of a surprise. But, I'm trying if I could find it. I know they were archived on here somewhere. Let's see. She was 13, he was 25.
When they met
Yes.
and when they get together.
Get together. She was 15, he was 27.
Oh, when they got together.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah. So, yeah. He,
Okay.
let's see, he makes sexual comments about everything that they talked about. Um, Talks about how he
So he's
has
not
a
a
porn
groomer, he's a
addiction.
pedophile.
Yeah, they said it was a groomer on here, but yeah. Um, he has a porn addiction and erectile dysfunction, is what he mentioned in the text before they actually met and did stuff. Um, he would be difficult and critical about the person's work that they do, and admitted to admitted to hitting multiple girls, including someone who was as young as 13 as well. And he also used her suicidal and depressive tendencies to his advantage. So,
Jesus.
wonderful situation there.
I take back what I was about to say. This guy's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it. Now I'm curious. What were you gonna say, Tony? This will be off the like.
I mean, I was gonna say like a lot of times I've been like that's kind of the thing I've been seeing a lot of times of like I've seen a lot of times where not necessarily celebrities but just people or threads or whatever. If like a woman is 20 and a guy might be maybe close to 30 or whatever like that, they'll be like, oh, this guy probably groomed her. Like if it's saying that a person who's close to 30 or in their 30s with someone who's 20, they're grooming them because someone's that older. Like I don't know, like
Yeah.
people just say that, and I've
Yeah,
seen
I've
that
seen that.
lately, which
I've
doesn't make sense
definitely
to me
seen
because
that.
it's like once you're over 18 or it's you're grown. You should be able to do whatever you want. But like the newer person, it's like nah. Like who's like over like 25. If there was someone who's 18 or 20, that's like nah. You grouping with them, which is stupid. So I thought that's where this was going, but no.
It went way darker than you expected, obviously. Uh,
Usually does with the cancel segment.
I will say somebody who's been on this canceled segment multiple times because of his actions. I do want to see your I want to see your opinion on Ezra Miller, Tony. About
I forgot who he was for a second. Um, yeah, man. I mean, he might go to jail, right? Isn't that like the most recent thing about him? That like he
something about
robbed,
burglary, yeah.
yeah, some like he like stole a bunch of liquor, which is weird because if you're rich, why are you stealing? Especially liquor. Money's one thing, but like you're not rich enough to buy alcohol. Okay, whatever. And he might face up to 26 years in jail. Um, I mean, I don't know. Sounds bad. I care more about like what they're gonna do with the movie more than I care about him. Like they can do whatever they want to him.
From what
If
from
he
what
goes to
I've
jail,
seen,
if they go to jail.
they're going along with the movie. From what I've seen, so it's been delayed, but
If he really does go to jail, if he really does for real go to jail for like 26 years, he probably won't. He's a celebrity. He might probably get off. I mean, he's got off on like a lot of other stuff they said he did. Um, Personally, for me, I would make that movie go straight to HBO Max. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what they'll do with that movie. But
yeah, it seems like they're still going headstrong with it. He's been talked about a lot on the podcast, so
he's a weird dude.
I mean, he is. He sat there and
Him and
fucking.
Kanye.
Oh god, I think Devin's more on the Kanye stuff. I haven't really heard much about the Kanye stuff besides what Devin's told me.
Don't like. I just been seeing a bunch of stuff about him popping up. Like I saw some shit that like he got dropped from because he was like saying shit about like how it was some shit about how he like was saying he supports like the straight white male thing or it's like something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but like after that happened, like I saw like Adidas like dropped him from his brand deal or whatever.
So I'm gonna do a small little like timeline of what's been happening. It's been a lot of. I'm not even gonna hit on stuff with him and Pete Davidson and Kim Kardashian. I'm not even gonna do all that, but I could do that too. But let's go straight to what you're saying with the whole. He wore a White Lives Matter shirt. Now,
Mm-hmm.
in theory, absolutely nothing wrong with saying like White Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. All lives do matter, of course. However, it definitely was a retaliation on the whole Black Lives Matter thing, which was just like, okay, you're trying to get a reaction out of people. Like you're not doing this out of genuine thing. You're like you know what you're doing, right? So then that sparked him to then say stuff about the whole George Floyd thing, and saying like he didn't die from the whole knee on the back of the head. He died from fentanyl in the system, just which was proven to be like not true. Like there was a whole court case about the whole thing, and it was proved that he did die from not being able to breathe from the guy's weight being on his back. So now you're talking about people were mad because like well now you're spreading false lies on someone who already died, and that sparked people to be mad for obvious reasons. Then he started saying a bunch of anti-Semitic, like racist shit about Jewish people, and he keeps saying racist stuff about Jewish people. A lot of terrible shit. He just won't stop. He just keeps going. and it's just like every other day or every week, this dude is just saying something that's just like terrible.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, yeah, they dropped Adidas dropped him, but whatever.
I saw a funny one that was like after he got dropped by Adidas, like I saw this thing that like Kanye walked into fucking Skechers headquarters
Oh, I saw that.
and they threw him out. They're like, "Nah, get out of here." But apparently, like all his like brand deals and stuff that he had, like apparently like everyone's dropping them. Like
I mean,
crazy.
they should. I mean, you say like you're saying a bunch of like racist stuff about Jewish people that like I definitely understand Jewish people's mindset of just like the last time somebody talked like this about Jewish people was Hitler, and we all know how that happened. So I can understand like Jewish people's mindsets of like even MJF made comments about it. He soon deleted it because the internet's trash. But yeah, I can understand like their mindset of like we've seen how bad the world can be when you have this type of rhetoric, and whether if he truly believes it or if he's just in it for the internet or not, he is impressionable. And then his fans have been backing up Kanye of like, yeah, Kanye is right. Jewish people are, they're taking over the world. We should do something about it. And like Jewish people are saying, like we've seen this happen before with Hitler, and look what happened to our people. We cannot allow this to ever happen again, and they shouldn't. Um, so yeah, fuck him. Like he's been saying a bunch of wild stuff, like, and that's just the stuff he said in the past 2 weeks. I can get on the whole Pete Davidson thing. I can get the stuff he said before about Harriet Tubman and slavery. He's been saying a bunch of dumb stuff for like the past 4 or 5 years. So yeah, they should drop him. I mean, I, I don't know, I'm a weird freedom of speech person. I think I don't know. On one half, I'm like, yeah, should we have freedom of speech for sure? But sometimes I think people go too far with what they say. Yeah, and people like Sneeko and Andrew Tate get banned off these platforms. I'm just like, yeah, good. They're saying a bunch of toxic shit. Kick them off. Kanye should be next.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Kanye and Andrew Tate, apparently they might be having a collaboration soon. Don't know what that entails, but it popped up on my Twitter feed earlier. So, you can only
What
imagine.
type of collaboration?
I could only imagine. It just said that there's a rumor that they might be having a collaboration. So, fuck if I know.
Andrew Tate's like another dude where it's just like, I mean, some stuff he would say is like, okay, I mean, I can understand, and some stuff you're saying is making sense, and then the next thing he's saying is just like women belong in the kitchen. It's like, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ezra Miller. Uh, yeah, he's just, yeah, he's been doing a bunch of wild stuff. Apparently, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, because if I don't know what's true, what's not. They say the headlines, but in terms of what actually happened, when it happened, well, some stuff actually did happen. Like the thing about him choking the woman out and him missing people in Hawaii. Like there is video evidence of that. So that stuff I have seen. But the whole thing about him having like a little girl or grooming somebody, and then there was like children at a farm with guns. I don't know. Like I don't know if that's true. I don't know. But if he goes to jail, it'll be very interesting to have like your lead role superhero. Like, oh, he's in jail. What will DC do from there? I don't know. Like, it'll be very interesting to see what they do.
Yeah. It was just like it was getting to a point where like we're talking about Ezra Miller like every week just because like every week like some crazy shit was happening with him, and it was like that for like months. It's like the dude was just he would not stop.
Which is weird because it's like, dude, you're rich, or at least you would think he is. I don't know how much money he got. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much money he has in his account, but at the very least, you think he's somewhat rich. Where it's like, what, like, why are you doing the things you're doing? But then again, if he's got something mentally going on with him, there's not enough money in the world that can stop your mental health. And I'm not making an excuse, but you know, if you got something going on with you mentally, like, there's only so much money that can help that. I don't know. Get him out of here, I guess. New Flash. I don't know.
Well,
if it wasn't for the Flash, no one wouldn't care about him.
True. Well, on that note, we have one more thing that Devin showed me this week. I think Devin should probably mention this because he was the one that founded the Amaranth stuff. It's been going on.
Oh man, do you know who Amaranth is, Tony?
Oh yeah.
Did you see like all the stuff that was coming out and like the whole like stream she did?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, that shit was crazy because like for the longest time, like everybody thought she was just like the typical like booby streamer and shit, and like OnlyFans model and all that type of stuff. And then like just one day randomly on one of her streams, like her husband calls her and she just showed how abusive he was. Like the guy was like yelling at her because I guess she didn't hear what he said, and he took that as like, I guess he asked her something, and she didn't hear what he said, so he got mad at her for not hearing what he said, and he took it as like disrespectful for some reason, and he started like yelling at her, saying like he's gonna kill her dogs and shit, and she was like showing like parts of her house that he damaged out of like anger issues and shit, and she was saying how she was like scared for her life and shit, and and she was like showing all these messages of like him flipping out on her and shit, and like him threatening to like cause I guess like he has control of like all her like bank accounts and stuff, and him like threatening to like drain all her money out of all her accounts, and him threatening to cancel her and shit. And is this really like fucked up abusive situation that she was in that like no one knew about until that stream? And I don't know like if anything's happened since that stream, because I know like after that stream happened, like she went like completely quiet and like wasn't streaming anymore, but she's fine now.
I mean, I saw her post a picture today. She looked fine in that picture.
Okay. Jesus.
But it was just crazy. Like when that happened, I was just seeing it. I was seeing it everywhere. Like I was seeing a whole bunch of YouTubers talking about it. I was seeing it all over Twitter. I was just like, holy shit. Like,
so I probably have a take on this, but I was thinking of this today because I didn't know who she was either until I saw her account, and then I realized she had OnlyFans and stuff like that, and I realized like, oh. Now, let me start off by saying, any amount of abuse is terrible. No one should go through any type of abuse, will it be verbal, will it be emotional, physical. Nobody should go through any type of abuse, and it is absolutely terrible. However, it is hard for me personally to fully understand someone who goes through abuse when they are rich. Now that might seem weird, like how, like, what do you mean? This is not gonna go very well for me in a couple years, I'm telling you. But like, she's right now, like, okay. My first thing I'm thinking of is she's a Twitch streamer, And she also has an OnlyFans. I checked it out. She has like a big one of the top OnlyFans people. I don't know how long this relationship has been going on, but my first thought is, why would you let somebody else control your bank account? Together or not, I don't care how many years you are with your spouse. Maybe that's just your comfortability, but especially for her as a woman, I would not allow my significant other to be in charge of my bank account. Just be smart. Like don't. You should never release your bank accounts. It's not. Sometimes it's smart. Sometimes, most of the time, it's really not. Especially when you just never know. Until you fully know, maybe 30 years in, maybe share a bank account. But most of the time, you should keep your account separate. You need to share money. I don't know. That's a big thing. I just think it's stupid to me. She's rich. Number two, she's saying he's saying all this terrible shit, but she's also recording it. My first thing would be I don't know. I guess it's hard because it's upsetting to hear. But if he's like, I'm gonna burn the dogs, and I'm gonna beat you, I'm thinking, come do it. Record it. We're in the age of phones and video cameras. You know what I mean? Yeah, come do it. Come beat me up. I'm gonna have the whole shit recorded. I'm gonna have the cops here waiting for you. Come do it. I get again. I know that's hard for people saying, yeah, you're a man, you don't understand. But it's just in the age of telephones, we can record any bad shit that happens. It's just she would record the phone call. I don't know. It's terrible, but I don't know. It seems like a situation that, as rich as she is, I'm assuming that this wasn't the first time that she dealt with the situation. So I always wonder how can they never get themselves out of this type of situation? You're rich. How are you? Same thing with the whole Johnny Depp and Amber Heard type of situation, where I was looking at kind of Johnny and him being abused by Amber, and I was just like, how are you? You're so rich. How do you allowing this stuff to happen to you? You get move out of state. You can do so many things I'm thinking of, and I guess it's hard because I'm not in that situation per se. But I don't know. It's always I'm always so baffled by these scenarios of people being abused, but they're also so rich at the same time. And I can think of so many scenarios of where they can get out of it or not have to go through this anymore. And, they just don't.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it he had more than just control over bank accounts. I guess people were saying that she didn't even want to do any of the OnlyFans stuff. I guess he is forcing her to do that kind of stuff, and because he knows it'll make them more money and shit, and I guess he's in control of all the business aspects and all her brand deals and stuff that she has. I guess he's in control of all that, which I don't really understand why he's in control of all that, because you would think she would be, since it's her stuff. But I don't know. The whole situation is just kind of fucked up, and it seems like the guy is a super control freak with severe bipolar disorder.
Well, it's you just said it again. It's hard to talk about this because I get people are like, it's easy for you to say you're not in a situation. I get it, I'm not in that situation, but it's just when they say she's forced, why can't she leave? Why can't she just leave? Did she not have a single dollar to her name? Did she not have any family? Not a single friend? She's hey, I'm leaving my boyfriend. Can I stay with you till my Twitch money gets until I make a new bank account? And with Twitch, I'll talk to Twitch, and hopefully they'll send some donations or whatever. Is it the situation? Because I know sometimes people, when they're in abusive relationships, they're saying, well, they still kind of love that person. And it's just if you're being abused, I don't know, it's hard, but it's just, if you're being abused like that, if someone's saying so much terrible shit to them like that. Like, how can you like? You still love them? I don't know. It's.
I think it's more of like a fear thing, because I know there's been situations like that with some people where they're in so much fear of someone that like it would make sense that they wouldn't like try to leave or anything. 'Cause I at least from what I'm thinking, like maybe she's like, I don't know like exactly how long she's been in the abusive situation. I don't know if it's been like the whole time she's been married to him, or if it's like more recently that it started getting like that. I don't know, but maybe he just like used like fear tactics against her so bad, like maybe him just like constantly like threatening her and like threatening to like ruin her and ruin her life and all that shit. Maybe him just saying that so much as, and him like even showing acts of violence, like messing up the house and shit, maybe just like scared her to the point where she's like afraid to leave. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
and like I was watching Charlie's video on it. He was talking about how like how she was playing like the phone call on stream as like a way to like get help, because like she was saying like on the stream, like she tried to like call the cops on the situation before, and she said that like he took her phone from her and smashed her phone and wouldn't let her like contact anyone and shit. And so maybe it was like a last ditch effort thing to get help. I don't know, but it's just the whole situation's crazy.
It's terrible. It's extremely terrible. And I don't. Whoever's listening to this, I'm not. Um, I'm not making light of abuse and stuff like that. It's just I don't know. I hear some of this stuff, and again, I guess I understand being scared, but at the same time, if you're so fearful for your life, it's like she's on stream, the whole seeing it. Does she not have any friends that she can call to stay at her house? Like she's got I don't know. It's tough. I'm not in her situation. Um, but I definitely want this poor person to like find help, and if she's that fearful, get out. I don't know what you gotta do. Like that, are there no friends you can contact? Is there no one who saw the video who knows her personally, who's like, hey, let me come over to your house or something like even if the idea is she's afraid that he's gonna kill her, it's like, all right, get some people that she knows involved. I left this dude almost some Jeffrey Dahmer stuff, and he's like, he don't kill everybody he sees. I don't know. I definitely feel terrible for her. I hope she's. Then again, I don't know. I don't know. She seems fine. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing. Like, I'm just saying. I saw a picture of her today, of her kind of like doing some OnlyFans stuff. So then
I said she seems fine. She slides in my DMs.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I mean, she's being forced to do OnlyFans stuff. That's the good thing. Like being how like is he having a gun to her head? Like I
don't know. But seeing that makes me wonder. Like, I wonder if like any other like streamers or like OnlyFans people like that. I wonder if like any of those people are going through like the same thing, because like no one ever even suspected that was going on. I'm pretty sure people didn't even know that she had a husband until that happened, because I remember her saying in the stream like that like her husband like didn't want anyone to know that she was married because it would ruin like how much money they were making and shit, because like I guess people would be mad if they found out she was married or whatever, I guess.
So I just wonder how like if there's any other like OnlyFans models or like streamers like that that have something like that going on, and just you would just never know.
I mean, I've seen it before, like not on an abuse level, but I remember there was like this one girl around like 2018, 2019 who she was very popular for being, doing kind of OnlyFans type of stuff, but she was known for her very lewd content, being very attractive, kind of on that like that that kind of cool, anime-ish, cutesy type of content, whatever. I don't know the right word to describe it, but I know that she kind of lost a lot of fans when she revealed she had a husband, and she kind of like lost money or whatever. She's not really talked about as much anymore because people were like, "Oh, you got a husband? Ah, fuck you." But then there's some other OnlyFans people who have husbands, and like there's, what's her face? What's that one chick? The pink anime girl.
Belle
Who's
Delphine.
selling bathwater. Belle Delphine. She has a boyfriend, and she was talking about when she did OnlyFans, she made $3 million in one day.
Yeah.
With her boyfriend, content. So that I don't know. I mean, if it going out, if it all boils down to just money, that's where it's just like this whole situation. How much sympathy do I have? Like, if it's all I'm staying with because of a money thing,
Mm-hmm.
that's when it's like, okay. Like, I don't know. I feel bad, but at the same time, it's just like you ain't that. If you staying for money, you ain't that hurt, like mentally, like or emotionally, like you ain't that. If I don't know, I always view if someone kind of chooses money over their own health or safety. Like, how much should I take? How much serious should I take the situation if you're not taking it full serious?
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I just checked her Twitter account. Um, Post pictures where titties all out. And talking about check out my other stuff in the bio. So that cat.
Yeah, it's my cat.
So, but you see what I mean? I don't know if it makes sense, but it's just like I feel terrible. But then when I look on your page, I'm just like, we need to get this person help. And the first thing I see is check out my stuff in my bio, heart face, winky face. It's just like, okay, are you really in danger? Cause oh,
Yeah.
this is not gonna go well.
Now the real question is,
Yeah.
Tony, how would you feel if Will was abused?
Oh my god.
Good.
Oh my god.
Jeffrey Dahmer, go get him.
Jesus Christ!
Oh.
I want Vecna to drag Jeffrey Dahmer from the pits of hell, and I want him to introduce him to Will. And Hardy, go ahead.
Oh god.
Oh
Somebody just told
man.
me Will was a fictional character. I can say whatever the fuck I want about a fictional character. He's not real.
What
If
about
I
the
want Jeffrey
actor?
Dahmer to kill Will, I can't. No, the actors, I don't. Of course, I don't have any Will on a real person. But Will the character, yep, Jeffrey Dahmer can get him. Have y'all seen
Thank
that
you.
show?
Thank you, Tony. I have
I
to get a picture of
saw
Jeffrey Dahmer now on my phone.
I saw one episode of it because it was when I went to Brandon's, I'd say like 2 weeks ago, and like he's been like watching the whole show, and I watched like the episode with him. That's about all I've seen of it. Have you seen it, Tony?
Yeah, I watched all of it. I thought it was pretty good.
From the episode I saw, it looked like it was pretty good. I heard like the guy that played Jeffrey Dahmer in the show, like apparently the show like really fucked him up because he had to like be Jeffrey Dahmer like a lot, and apparently like when they shot that like they shot it like uh not all in the same day, but like they shot it like all in one go, like, and like he said like that he like got into the character and like played Jeffrey Dahmer so much that like after show like wrapped, that he was kind of looking like mentally fucked up for a little bit, which I mean it's understandable. Like if you're get trying to be and get into the mind of like a very fucked up serial killer for that amount of time, would probably fuck you up. Um, but I saw people like saying that like they're like, if anyone watches the Dahmer series, you should be ashamed of yourself, and Netflix should be ashamed for even putting that out and shit.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that as well. I don't know, the only thing I consider that is number one. This isn't the first Jeffrey Dahmer movie. There was one like a long, long time ago. I found out that Jeremy Renner did playing
Mm-hmm.
Jeffrey Dahmer, and then there was another one like 4 or 5 years ago with Ross Lynch called My Friend Dahmer. Um, was there backlash for those movies? Maybe, possibly. I don't know, but I kind of look at it it's just like this isn't the first time we've seen this, so like
Yeah.
it is like I don't know. On one hand, like for the families of the victims, I get, I get it. It's like this shit actually happened to my family, my brother, or whatever like that. I don't want to relive it. They don't have to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
They're not being forced to watch it. So like I hope they didn't have to be around the internet or anything like that to be consumed with the content or anything like that. However, for me, I didn't even know who Jeffrey Dahmer was. Like I knew he was a serial killer, but I didn't know what he did. I thought he was just like I thought he was like another Ted Bundy who just killed women. And not only did
Mm-hmm.
he kill men, I didn't know he was like a gay dude. Like date like I didn't know he was like killing men. Like I didn't know that was a thing. So I found the whole show to be very informative and educational in a way, which someone could argue just with documentary, which I'm pretty sure people would use the same like documentary. They would still say like any content in the show was bad. So I don't know. People really is it a documentary? A documentary is fine, but then a show is not. I don't know. It didn't make sense, but I don't know. I found it educational in a way because I didn't know who the person was. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it made me think. Like gave me something to think about. How crazy it was to get away with murder back then. Not even that long ago.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what the episode was that I saw. Like the episode I saw was like one where he went to prison for like a year for like sexually assaulting like a young boy or something, and he was also like he tried to drug, well he did drug this one guy, but he wasn't successful in killing him because of his grandmother and shit, and then the guy tried to like report him to the cops
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. I don't know what the episode was called, but that's the one that I watched.
I know what you're talking about.
I know like the Jeffrey Dahmer story and everything because it's like I knew of Jeffrey Dahmer, but never really got into his story that much. But ever since the show came out, like I just seen so many people doing videos about Jeffrey Dahmer now. So it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to not know about Jeffrey Dahmer now.
Do you think it's wrong? Like, I think this is a good way to ask. Do you think it's wrong if people trespass his following?
Um,
Well, I wouldn't really, me personally, I wouldn't want to dress up as Jeffrey Dahmer, but um, I mean, I don't know. I feel like some people would probably compare it in a sense of like they'd be like, "Oh, like you're against dressing up as Jeffrey Dahmer, but you're fine with dressing up as like Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees and shit." And it's like, yeah, but they're like fictional characters. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of people probably are gonna dress up as Jeffrey Dahmer. Hopefully no one tries to fucking recreate what he did. Um, but I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I agree with absolutely everything you just said. I did see something make a very interesting point. They were saying that, like, you know how you brought up how, like, you know, Michael, Jason, and all them fictional characters, and then somebody was like, well, most of these characters were based on real events, and they brought up situations of where Michael was based on a real life killer, and Jason was based on a real life killer, and one of the most famous ones that's based on a real life killer is Chainsaw Massacre. Ed Gein. Ed
Mm-hmm.
Gein, like, you know, that Texas Leatherface was very much inspired by a real life serial killer. So, is that if someone was to do Leatherface, is that not wrong? If when that's based off a real life killer, or people were saying, what about killer clowns? I mean, the real life killer, uh, John Wayne Gacy.
Mm-hmm.
You can make a connection to that,
Yeah.
which I was like, okay, that's kind of fair. Um, like we kind of pick and choose which is good. Which I definitely don't think like people shouldn't. Um, However, I've been seeing people already dress up as him on TikTok and do dances and shit like that. So
Um,
Yeah.
I saw like
I mean,
eBay
I
and
guess it's one
Walmart and everything was trying to stop it and all that shit.
Walmart was trying to stop it.
Yeah, they're like, uh, because like the Walmart app, I don't know if you know this, but you could have like multiple stores on the Walmart app, so it's not just Walmart technically. So there was people actually putting
Mm-hmm.
Jeffrey Dahmer costumes on there as like
Oh
third-party
God.
stores.
oh wow,
So people were trying to buy
Jesus.
it, and Walmart's like was banning all of them, and so was eBay, everything like that. Like it was a big thing about a week ago.
Walmart said nah.
I mean, I definitely say like on one half, I definitely say like people shouldn't um people shouldn't dress up as him. But at the same time, I do see people's point of saying that these other murders, like other fictional characters who are based on real life killers, how come they get a pass?
Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I think people are very selective and kind of biased in what they think is okay and what's not okay. But I mean, at the end of the day, people are gonna do what they want. So if people are wanting to dress up as Jeffrey Dahmer, like no one's gonna really stop them because I mean you can't really arrest somebody for dressing up on Halloween.
No.
Oh,
So
people gonna get beat up. I can already see it.
so we're gonna get beat up.
You
So he
don't
said
think so?
people dressed like Will, they're gonna get beat up.
Oh, for sure. I better not see that motherfucker with a bowl cut. He gonna die. No, let me stop.
Jesus Christ.
You, they gonna cut their neck. I'm like, yeah, you back your neck? Yeah, okay. And just, God, Will, see, why you get me started?
I'm gonna be interested when of course it's gonna be a while before season 5 comes out, but I'm gonna be interested when it does come out, like what your thoughts on it are gonna be, because I'm pretty sure that the Duffer Brothers said that season 5 is gonna like center around Will.
I ain't watching. It's been centered around him for 2 seasons.
He said, "I ain't watching."
What do they mean it's gonna be centered around him? Season 1, season 2 is literally about him already. Was it not?
Yeah, it was. I mean, the whole first season is them trying to find Will, so. And then the whole second season is him being possessed, and they're trying to save him from being possessed.
We gotta focus on this motherfucker again. Probably possessed, or the back of my neck. Nah.
Oh, good. It's at the back of my neck. Oh, fuck.
Oh, well, that being said, do we have anything else we have to talk about?
Not that I know of.
Is there anything else you want to talk about, Tony?
No, I think we covered a lot.
Alrighty, well, thank you for joining us, Tony, for this episode of the podcast. It's always great having you.
Thank you guys for having me. Seriously, I definitely love to do this a lot more.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
We would love to have you a lot more as well.
I think this is the 3rd time we've had you on. So
Yeah.
I think you might be the guest that's been on the most at this point.
Awesome.
Because we had you on once by yourself, and then you're on for the Spider-Man episode, No Way Home, and then we had Brandon by himself once, and then he was on the Spider-Man. Oh, Brandon was also on here another time when we had him and Jay on.
Yeah.
So Jay's been on twice. Brandon, so you're tied with Brandon right now, actually. But you have the most appearances for a single guest. So
Yeah.
I gotta make it number 4.
there's other guests I tried to get on. Like I talked to Spizak about coming on, and he told me that he wanted to come on, and I kept asking him, and he just kept saying, "Oh, well, I can't. I'm busy, so I don't
Yeah.
feel ever be on." And the other Austin, I tried to get him to come on, and he said he'd be down to come on, and then just never happened.
I tried to get some of my friends on. I'm working on getting one friend on once she's, not busy. But
I believe this is the first episode since the No Way Home episode that we had a guest.
it is.
Oh god, that means oh god, that was 20 episodes ago. Oh god.
Oh god.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But definitely for honor, that was basically almost a whole year ago.
Yeah. Shit.
Yeah. Hopefully we have you on again soon.
Most definitely.
I know we talked about this last time you're on by yourself. Whenever the hell fucking Fast 10 actually comes out, I want to get you back on to talk about that.
You already know.
Cause oh yeah, speaking of fucking Fast 10, like I was scrolling on Twitter while we were talking, I saw this fucking post and I was like, what the fuck? Like, so apparently there is like this like science, like, or not science, it was like some people that made like 3D models for like science experiments or something. I saw it pop up on my Twitter, and they made like this like ultra realistic 3D model of Vin Diesel, and they were saying that it was like they said this model represents the peak of humanity, and that they believe that this is what Jesus may have looked like. And I was like, what? I was like, what the fuck, man? Why? And then I went to the comments, and someone else posted another one of Adam Sandler, and they're like, some say this is what Moses looked like. And I was like, okay. Now these people are just playing around.
Speaking of your Fast 9 rant, Tony, I put it on the Clips channel. It was an hour and 38 minutes of you and Devin just ranting about Fast 9.
It was a very
That's why I want to have you back on when Fast 10 comes out.
And I'll actually watch
Fast
10. I'll actually watch Fast 10 because it's not only going to be an experience for you guys, it's also going to be an experience for me because I do not like Brie Larson, and she is a part of that movie. So,
well, better buckle up for a ride, Austin, because Fast 10 is supposed to be a two-parter. Because remember, Vin Diesel said there's so much story left to tell. But, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I was going to say, like, hopefully, fucking Fast 10 will be something that we could see together again, like we did Fast 9, but who knows with how crazy life is these days.
hopefully. I mean, that'd be very nice, you know.
Hopefully there'll actually be people in the theater this time.
There were like a few people, wasn't there?
No, it was just us.
Because I remember that.
I remember that was the first thing that I saw in the theater. We were like, this came out today, right?
Oh,
And they were like, yeah. We were like, where's everybody at?
I remember you guys were talking about you're like, Devin was like, every time it got quiet, Tony would just say, it's about family. It's about family.
Yeah. Yeah. So you gotta live your life a quarter mile at a time. But I don't know when Fast 10 is supposed to come out because it got delayed, I think. So
well, it said it's supposed to release by May of next year, but who knows?
Well, didn't like the director or something like completely drop out of it because he got in like an argument with Vin Diesel?
I did see something about that, yeah.
It still says the release date is May 19th, 2023.
Oh, okay. That's like, yeah, that's coming up.
Well, we'll see.
Let's see if there's any news about it real quick before we get off here. Just to see. Oh no.
Imagine Vin Diesel just says, oh, we're announcing another Fast trilogy or some shit.
Spin-off.
14 hours ago, Screen Rant said, Fast and Furious 10 continues to fuel your time travel theories. So, there might be time travel, is what they're saying.
Wait, is that gonna be their fucking, like, is that gonna be Vin Diesel's sick and twisted way of getting fucking Paul Walker back in the movies and a time travel back to the first movie or some shit?
Imagine Vin Diesel just makes his muscle car a fucking DeLorean.
Oh no. Oh god, that could work, wouldn't it? Because isn't Back to the Future Universal?
I think so.
Oh no, man.
They could get Doc Brown in it.
Yeah, fucking Vin Diesel's gonna be like, oh, my boy Ludacris hooked me up and put a flux capacitor in my charger. So now it went from a 10-second car to a 10,000 year car or some shit.
Do you think Crispin Glover, like nerdy Crispin Glover, can come and punch the villain of the movie in the face like he did fucking?
He should punch Vin Diesel so he stops making these damn movies. Someone needs to stop this man.
I want to see Vin Diesel on a hoverboard. Can I see that?
I don't want to see that. No, knowing Vin Diesel, he'll make a fucking hover charger, if anything, and talk about how fucking like he built it with his hands and like passed it down through generations of his family. Or
Be
maybe
John Cena.
maybe he could fucking have a race through time against Doc Brown. He's gonna be like, all right, Doc Brown, we're gonna race through 10,000 years. If you win, we cool. If I win,
Be cool.
you you don't stop. You keep on driving. Oh man, it's gonna be. I know that movie's gonna be completely stupid.
Maybe they could fucking go and give John Cena an actual invisibility cloak or some shit.
I don't know. I hope they utilize John Cena well in that movie because he's a good actor.
I definitely
Oh,
like him, like in Peacemaker and stuff.
uh, well, on that note, we'll end this before we get into some Fast 10 memes. Even more of those.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for watching this episode of the podcast, and we will see you guys for episode 54. Happy Halloween. Thanks again, Tony, for coming on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And with that being said, peace.
Family.
See you.